Let's freaking go, dude. What is up, gamers? Um, Today I thought we could do this absolutely freaking legendary idea that isn't boring in the slightest. It's actually gonna be super fun, um, and a really, really good stream idea, trust me, because we're gonna be following a freaking YouTube tutorial. And have I done this exact stream in the past, following the exact same YouTube tutorial? Yeah, I have, um, but this time I don't know what's different this time. Actually, there's nothing different this time. I think just the first time I deleted it stupidly because I was like, oh, this is just for a stupid little bit in a YouTube video. And so I deleted the project. And that's actually a real big shame because it actually worked. Um, Listening to Claire Rosencrantz' new album, watch this, 3, 2, 1, play. You know? Hey, Crone, what is up, gamer? I finally remembered to post in the Discord because I've streamed like several times, and every time I'm like, oh, wait, I'm supposed to do that. But also, part of me is like, hang on, let me not show this music video so YouTube doesn't get mad at me. Um, what the hell am I saying? I'm saying sometimes I'm like, I don't know if that's spooky and scary to be posting every single time because I do be streaming, especially lately. It's kind of crazy. Post every single time? Damn. Okay. That little like self promo tab, it's just gonna be me. Pretty crazy. I'm kidding. Because if I'm here, I'll hop on in. Okay. That's cool and awesome. But also, I don't know if, um, usually you just pop in for a little bit and you're like, I need to sleep. So I don't want to like, um, be evil to you and whatnot. Currently 2 a.m.? That's crazy, dude. What am I doing? I'm following a YouTube freaking tutorial on how to make this legendary little video game here. I have to stay up until 2 p.m. because I have an appointment. Shit, that's crazy. Epic appointment moments. Um, Very cool, very awesome. Hope your appointment goes absolutely legendary and you win $1 million or something. It's only 11 a.m. right now. Okay, that makes sense. Oh. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that's not too bad. That's like a few hours away. But I guess I don't know how long you've been up already, so that a few hours is kind of torture when you've been awake for a long time. And most of the time it hits you like a freaking truck. You're scared? Why? Is it a horrifying appointment? An appointment at the evil doctor? They're gonna rip your lungs out? I don't know why that's the first thing that came to mind, but like that's don't think anyone would really survive that. It's a psychiatrist appointment. Okay, that's pretty spooky and scary. Psychiatrist. Yeah, I think I caught little bits and pieces of that. I'm going to try to get meds and a diagnosis. Let's freaking go. Epic diagnosis moments. I feel like I should do that sometimes because a lot of the time I'm like, oh, and I'm kind of joking about being super depressed and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, it could also just be I'm probably deficient in a myriad of important vitamins and I like don't go outside and whatnot. So I'm like, maybe if I obtain a life, I won't be depressed. And then sometimes officially ADHD would be crazy though. And yeah, but some days I'm like, I fully can't do anything at all without actually diagnosed with chronic depression. I was gonna say that's depression spaghetti, but it's literally depression. So, um, that sucks. Sometimes I'm like, I should be medicated because there are days where I like try to do things and I don't glean a single ounce of enjoyment from anything whatsoever. Like I'll turn on a video game and I'm like, I love video games, right? That's like a key part of me as a person, you know? Been playing video games since before I could properly form memories. And then I'm like, oh, this sucks. This is boring. And then I try to be productive and stuff and it doesn't work. And then I'm like, I'm just gonna sleep all day. Actually, that sounds fun. I have meds for it, but need to get medicated for my ADHD. Yeah. Unmedicated ADHD can be pretty freaking crazy. So I've heard, kind of, witnessed on the internet. It could be rough. So good luck to you, gamer. Hope to give you many, many milligrams of drugs and things. Thank you. You're welcome, gamer. What the hell am I even doing? Kind of just listening to music, honestly, but I'm following this random YouTube tutorial. Um, except not because I've kind of followed it in the past. And so I'm kind of just copy pasting shit, except I remember this guy like kind of goes back and forth. It's cool because it's 10.5 minutes long, but also it's slightly hard to follow sometimes. Just where they'll be like, nah, fuck you. Yeah, that sucks when stuff like that happens. I'm hoping they won't, you know? Um, just go in there with like emanating ADHD vibes. Like if they see the aura around you of ADHD, then they'll be like, this person needs to be medicated, you know? What am I doing? Right. And I remember he changes all this stuff and weird things happen.
Whoa.
Bro, what? I forget those ads because I'm on Microsoft Edge. Kind of horrible, but it makes sense for streaming, kind of. Looks at them with my ADHD eyes. Yeah, hit him with the ADHD eyes. Like, I was gonna say like Puss in Boots when he does that thing with his eyeballs. Don't know how niche of a reference that is. I don't think it's that niche, but no, I freaking love this song. I kind of can't stop listening to this album because I was like, after the Super Bowl, I made Bad Bunny like my whole personality. Um, and then I was like, fine, I guess I should listen to new music. And then Claire Rosencrantz has had this album, and I'm like, I need to listen to it. I've already heard this, so this was one of the singles. Um, and it's kind of awesome. I love all the Shrek movies and the new Puss in Boots. Yeah, dude, the new one with I was gonna say Death. I don't know. No, he like literally is Death, but um, that movie's sick as hell. Like unironically, I went. I don't even remember if I watched it like in a theater. When did that come out? He's Death straight up, right? He says that. I forgot about that. Yeah, but so freaking cool. I remember when I first watched that movie, I was like, this is kind of legendary. His freaking weapons are like, they're so unique because they are sort of just like sickles, but the way he fucking like clanks them together and whatnot, and then they combine to do cool stuff. Um, and I guess I probably like that because every single thing I like, um, is just sort of an extension of my favorite video games that I like, which is Darksiders and Darksiders 2. Um, and Darksiders 2, you also play as Death, and he's got scythes that like combine to a bigger scythe. And so that's why I like that movie a lot. I mean, like literally every single thing that I like, you can trace it back to Darksiders somehow. Kind of crazy stuff. Now, I was thinking of playing those games on Twitch. I was gonna say semi-recent soon, but probably not even in the slightest. So I have to do some weird lore thing to like announce it because I'm a weirdo. And then I'm gonna play other games. My PlayStation 3, because that's like the console that I had as a small child. I mean, kind of. I guess that, well, I don't know. I don't remember when that came out. I was gonna say that does legitimately make me seem like a 14-year-old, but then I was like, also, the PlayStation 2 is okay. Godot's crashing. That's fun. Didn't even do anything. Oh, okay. It didn't crash. Let's go. Um, I love this song too. Let's go. What am I doing? Um, I actually, oh, I'm just copy pasting stuff basically. Not copy pasting, but like looking at it. Um, I don't have ADHD either, but I don't know what I was just talking about. I was gonna say the PS2 is the greatest console ever created. And I like really want to play it, but it's so far away from me now in a completely different state. I should get to like working on stuff. Maybe not though. I'm honestly not too worried about this whole game dev thing because um I don't know, it was originally a New Year's resolution. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a video game, and that was like my main thing. I was like, I want to make this game for realsies. And then I ended up kind of not doing that, but that's all right because I ended up maybe I think doing something that was an even better New Year's resolution, which was like actually being a content creator kind of. Fuck, turned off caps lock on accident. Um, I'm gonna be switching back and forth so much because I'm not paying attention in the slightest. I'm like looking at one word at a time. But yeah, being a content creator instead of just becoming a content creator. And then, because now I kind of know what to do and how to do things. And I don't know if that's true. I'm still using Vine Booms for most of the jokes, you know? Fuck. Except kind of not. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna consume water, because that's cool, you know? Setting a good example for people. I kind of just stretched when I was not saying anything. So look at me being a good influence, maybe. I say as I'm starting my New Year's resolution, two months in into the new year. Heck yeah, consuming water. But yeah, I did the greater New Year's resolution and one that was like kind of more important of taking all the random content creation stuff seriously and posting on Instagram a lot, which is kind of, I don't know, I didn't think it would be that important or cool, but it's kind of nice to just sort of have a thing to be doing every day and whatnot. I don't think I need to include the weird little notes thing, but I'm going to just cuz, so I know what's going on. Is this how he wrote the thing? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. It is. Look at that. Um, being a content creator and low-key, I've also been like brushing my teeth and washing my face. That's kind of crazy. I mean, apparently I was doing it enough before to not have any cavities when I last went to the dentist, but Who knows? Sometimes I'll like get into a habit of brushing my teeth frequently, and
Down our
then
camera will go, and finally we will need a variable that we will pass to the sign function that
what am I? Why did I stopped fully
will
mid-sentence, but
determine how.
I'm hang on. I'm thinking, watch this. I'm using my big brain. Here we go. Yeah, sometimes I'll get into a habit, and this is definitely the placebo effect. I'll be looking in the mirror and I'm like, hey yo, my teeth like aren't yellow anymore, which isn't true. They're not that yellow. I guess just teeth are yellow. That's something I forget about. But people are always like that. They're saying that on the gram and the internet. You know, like body positivity and being like teeth are kind of yellow, gamers. Who would have guessed? If you don't bleach your teeth, they actually can't get insanely bright white, like shining, blinding people as you pass by. G_Bob. I thought I remembered how this code worked, but I'm looking at all these things and I'm like, does any of this make sense? It kind of does. And there's so much easier stuff if I just like go to the asset library. You can fully just like install things and then put them in your game. But then I kept I like tried a few of them and they were way, way, way too complicated. And I figured that it would probably be better if I just wrote it all, even though I'm copying and pasting this, basically. And so I probably don't understand it as well as I should, but I understand this more, and this character controller is so much simpler than all the things that I tried downloading earlier because I was fully there was like just paragraphs upon paragraphs, like big sections of like variables and all sorts of bullshit. And it said you could easily modify it and like get rid of stuff. And there was like wall jumping and other like crazy shit that doesn't need to be in my game. And so I would like highlight shit and delete it, and then it would just break 5,000 other things. And then I learned that there were like some weird like drop downs. There were like scripts inside of scripts, and I was like, this is not the kind of game I'm making. It's a game where you like walk around and it maybe hopefully looks kind of cool and it's maybe a little bit spooky, and that's it, you know, just a silly little indie game, if you will. And so I don't need the ability to fly. I don't know why that was included in that character controller. I gotta write this whole sentence out. I said earlier I don't have to write this, but I'm going to. Because why not? Wasn't paying attention. From the project settings to be synced with something else. Was it actually? Yes. Fuck. Fuck. I don't know the spell. I think I spelled this wrong. It's supposed to be one word, right? Yep. That's fine. Why'd this guy put a period at the end of this? I don't know. I guess that's good grammar. Kinda. I don't know. I'm very particular about those kinds of things because posting on Instagram, I'm like, oh, do I caption it? Do I put like commas and periods? Like, which word specifically should I capitalize to try to get across the thing that I'm saying? And basically, anytime I'm like typing anything out, even when I'm just like texting people in real life, I try to make it sound like how I would say it, sort of. Which is maybe interesting because I have a bit of a peculiar way of speaking sometimes. 9.8. Look at me. I'm coding. I don't know if you can count this as coding. Oh, wait, I fully forgot to do some things that I kind of can't see now, but that's perfectly fine. What am I doing? You have to add like a node or something? Node question mark? I don't know if I'm doing this correct in the slightest. And then camera. I have camera moments. I think this is the thing you're supposed to do. Am I supposed to? I don't even remember. Maybe I like watched the tutorial properly. I'm over here thinking like, hey, I remember all these things that I need to do.
The last bit of setup we need to do
Look, I
is
skipped
add
right
some
to it.
camera
He's
to
doing a
it and
camera.
adding it as a child of a node 3D, which will act as our pivot. If we don't
Yes. Instead of a head. And then I'm actually doing it properly. That's kind of crazy. Partially. Oh, and I forgot all of this might actually not even work in the slightest because I tried doing this a while ago, like maybe actually near the beginning of the year, but then I did the entire tutorial properly, I'm pretty sure, and then it fully just didn't work, and I did not understand why it wasn't working at all. Let's rename this to head. If anyone was curious, I'm kind of just guessing here, like, I get that the chat is here, and no one can see what I'm doing, but it's literally here for me as well, and I can't see it all. Like, hang on, watch this. If I click on this, it's transparent Twitch chat. So I can look at chat whilst I'm playing video games and things. What am I? It's this button? Yes. It's fully just here for me. So I can see any of this. Now I can check if I'm doing things right. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe this one won't break like the first one did. Also, I'm not just consuming water, I'm drinking this quote unquote iced tea. It's in Arizona, which means it has 50,000 grams of sugar in it and all that stuff. I mean, drinks like that kind of are tea, they at least have like the essence of tea, right? I don't know. Would that kind of drink be better than a soda? Definitely not in Arizona because they're kind of massive and there's like 3 servings in one container or something like that. But like I'm not gonna do that. What do they expect me to put it like back in the fridge after I drink a third of the drink? That's insane. It's a can. It's a whole self-contained thing. You better believe I'm gonna chug that whole fucking 1,000 grams of sugar or whatever.
have one and try to rotate the
So he has a camera, he does that thing, it's fully broken. And then I was gonna say I don't remember how he fixes it. And then I was like, maybe I've done it and I'm gonna hit play, but then this isn't even like the default character controller stuff that apparently used to exist, and I maybe remember it existing. I don't know when Godot updated and changed everything, but fully, hang on. When this guy adds his little capsule bean guy and then goes into coding, like all of this shit is just here by default for him. And it's not there for me in the slightest. So that's kind of depressing. Like, look at this. You already had the jump velocity and the other things. Like before in Godot, apparently you could put in a little 3D character controller guy, and it's like just default there. You can move around, you can jump, do stuff and things. I can't do anything here. If I hit play, it might crash. Or it might just do the thing that his was doing where the camera was flopping around. No, it didn't. Oh, but I guess, never mind. That's because I'm not, like, moving or doing anything. So what the hell else am I doing? Skipping back to wherever the hell I was so that I can keep, doing things? Oh, right. This is why I was over yonder. Because there's a way if you, like, hold control, maybe? Not control. Definitely not control. Is it alt? Hey, yo? Nope. Maybe alt shift? Nope. Hang on, hang on. Watch this, gamers. That did nothing. Okay. I could have swore there was a way to add that whole, like, on ready function immediately just by dragging it in. Right? Who knows? Let's just type it out. I know how to use, my keyboard and things. Variable head equals head. So yes, head, as they say. You know? We've obtained head. Fuck. And I think the next thing is camera, probably. And we can, I think you just drag it in. You don't even need to hold any other buttons. Maybe, I don't remember. I don't remember how to do things or anything at all. What am I doing? Who even knows? What did I just press? Oh my God. I've got a bunch of buttons on my mouse that are mostly broken, but I forget some of them work, and I accidentally clicked one of them. And so I don't even know where in the video I just skipped to. I think kind of actually just where we were, almost. Right? Kind of not. Or no, this is where we were. This is the worst stream I could possibly think of, and I've already done this exact stream before, so maybe I could have, like, learned from past mistakes. But sometimes you just get a vibe on the internet, and yeah,
Sign function
you know, because
that will
I feel like a
determine.
lot of the time I'm like, this sucks. This is the worst thing I put what? This is the worst thing I possibly could have done. And then, yo, this is my favorite one. It's my favorite song on the album. And I don't know what I was saying in the slightest. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, this sucks, and I hate it in every way. And then I go back, and I'm like, this is all right, gamer. Wait, did I? Okay. Why am I doing this all manually? I think. Oh, you know what I just remembered? There's actually a way. Windows did this a while ago, apparently, where you can screenshot shit and, like, copy text and shit. I could probably do that here. So I remember I did that one time. And you can do that on your phone. That shit's crazy, dude. Holding the home button. I don't know if you can do anything like this on iPhone, because iPhone kind of sucks. You can just, like, circle shit and search stuff. It's kind of sick as hell. And now you can do that on computer, because sometimes I will name a file and it'll have way too many keywords to the point where it breaks and it doesn't actually save it at all. But it'll pop up in a little notification when I tried to name it. And so now I can just screenshot that and copy the text and retry without as many stupid keywords. Because sometimes I forget that the keywords aren't supposed to be a sentence and they're not supposed to be funny and hilarious, because I'm always trying to be funny and hilarious for some reason. I was trying to remember what I was thinking of, and then I just started listening to this song because I like it a lot. Input something. Dot set mouse mode. Shit, dude, I forgot they entirely changed how this works lately, right? Or am I just... Oh, this exists. I don't know why it didn't appear for me. Oh. Input dot mouse mode captured. Yoink. We've done it, gamers. Oh, I love this song as well. This song's a banger. And I only remember that because earlier, maybe today, I was inside of a vehicle because I'm allowed to drive for some reason. And um and one of the greatest parts about driving is you can turn the volume up so loud to the point where it gets harder for you to drive and it's actually a safety hazard. But it sounds sick as hell, dude. That's like it's all worth it, gamers. Getting a driver's license, constantly being in danger of either murdering someone, a family, or dying. But you can listen to music and it sounds so cool. And you can like scream along to it. What am I doing? Yes. I didn't even finish what the hell I was saying about the car thing. I just said that listening to music in a car is cool. But I was gonna say I only um remember that that song's an absolute banger because I was like, oh, let me listen to my favorite song off this album, Jaden. And then it went to the next song and I was like, oh wait, I think I remember this one being really cool as well. And it is. And this one's interesting because it has this weird little monologue at the beginning. What am I doing? Um I think the idea might have been that I think I did something wrong. Yes. Dot rotate something? Underscore Y. Okay. The idea might have been that it was chill and cool and I could like just type and do things. Kind of like playing a typing game. You know, I've been playing typing games recently, apparently. Um, which seems kind of lame. I don't know why. I just feel like for the longest time, a typing game almost seems like the lamest version of a video game, but typing games are sick as hell, dude. And maybe that's just because I kind of enjoy writing sometimes now. Um, I don't know why I always say that. I kind of discredit myself as a writer because I stopped like writing a book, but I always forget that I'm like constantly writing um Instagram captions. Does that count? No, I'm kidding, not just that, but um like scripts and shit for random little lore bits and just general like character lore and stuff like that. I fully have no idea where I am in this. No, I lied. I'm near the top because I haven't been doing anything at all. Um Epic gamer moments, as one might say. I feel like for every stream recently, I'm like trying to think my absolute hardest to think of something cool and interesting to talk about, and it never happens until the very end when I'm trying to outro and it ends up being like an hour long, because that's randomly when my brain's like, here, have this cool, interesting topic. Otherwise, I'm just talking about like cars. Not cars, but like driving in a car and killing someone or whatever. Um, and I always say that because the concept of driving a car is kind of just bizarre to me. But I guess technically I'm a good driver, and I probably might not kill anyone. But the fact that I do drive means that eventually, someday, gamers, I'm gonna die in a car crash. And when I tell people in real life that, they kind of hate that that's a thing that I say. But that's just an inevitability, you know? Like Thanos, it's inevitable. Um, so I don't know, watch my YouTube videos or something. I don't know where that was going, but I was gonna say low-key, I was gonna say I've been collecting CDs, which kind of isn't true. Because you can listen to CDs in cars, that's cool, that's fun. Um, usually, I don't know how many like newer cars have CD players in them. But yeah, I have a CD that I haven't listened to because um my PlayStation 5 has a CD player only for PlayStation games. So that's fun. And I kind of hate when companies do that, which is probably a big reason why I also dislike Apple products a lot, because they like really force you to use them in the way they want you to. Um and I thought PlayStation was kind of cool, but then um they won't let me listen to my little album that I paid money for, you know? I mean, I could listen to it. I have a thing to listen to it. I'd have to like set that up kind of, and that's annoying. And I'm always thinking of doing things and not doing them. So that's cool. Like earlier, not earlier today, kind of yesterday at this point, I was like, oh, switch to a new album. Emmy Melly. This song's kind of a banger. The Zoo. Let me not show the visualizer because YouTube gets mad at me when I do that. Fuck. The visualizer wants me to show it. What am I doing? Camera dot something. Rotate underscore X. So I'm at CDs. I currently have one CD from a cool band, and then I ordered a second one, like a different CD from the same band. So I guess my CD collection is actually just going to be this one band's, like every album that they release, apparently. But it's cool music. You know, it's under the rug, as they're called. Um, and I don't know why this is always weird to me that I can like comment on videos and things on the internet and it exists, or it can be like a top comment even, because I left a comment on one of their Instagram posts and a few people liked it. And I was like, shit, dude. And then they responded to the comment. I was like, what the fuck? That's gross. Like, leave me alone, dude. What do you mean? And then I left a different comment on one of my favorite songs of all time. Don't remember what it's called right now? Not really. It's by Gal Musette. It's called Plateau. That's my favorite song. It's kind of awesome. fuck? Where am I even? Relative.y. Relative.y. When you throw your cousin into the air with a catapult. And this is another annoying thing I do is I start saying something that I think is kind of cool and then I stop saying it. I was just talking about Plateau. That song, I left a comment on it. And I think it is the top comment. Still, maybe? I don't know. But I guess I could have expected that because it doesn't even have that many views on YouTube. And it was a really absurd, weird comment that I made. Because I am 14 and this is deep. That's kind of my vibe a lot of the time. And I'm an idiot and I'm just sort of yapping on the internet. Except sometimes. Also, I freaking love this song. But sometimes I think the thing is broken. Hang on. But yes, sometimes I actually don't remember what I was going to say. I just remembered the words that I was saying. Sometimes I use my brain a little bit and I create lore or I say something that does kind of have meaning a little bit. And so that comment, I was like, let's just go try hard mode, dude, and say something. It is kind of stupid in that it is like slightly absurd and very. I don't remember what the comment was, but it was like I basically the bit was I'm gonna leave a comment that's like, oh, this is awesome. I love this song. I'm gonna listen to it forever, you know? But I ended up saying I'm gonna like listen to this song until like time has unraveled my youth or something. I don't remember how I put it. But that and then until the world I don't remember. But lots of big words and things. Because sometimes I do know big words, even though I'm illiterate. Oh, I already wrote camera dot rotation. Cool. Shout out past me. This stream's going to be like several hours long, and I'm not going to get any progress done, which is okay by me. Look at this, gamers. I'm always talking about the intro for the entire. I was going to say podcast. This isn't a podcast. The entire stream. So I forgot earlier I was saying I'm kind of fine with not having done too much on this game. I guess I did kind of talk about this where I said, because I'm doing stuff that's a little bit more important. And sort of the next stepping stone for me, I like literally, like it just sort of makes sense for me to be being an actual YouTuber first before trying to make a whole ass game. So I kind of try to skip over that and make this a game, but then something. But then I figured, why not? I've been obtaining a little bit more free time recently, and by that I mean I've just been not sleeping for 70 hours a day. And so I was like, why not do a fun little stream? Because sometimes it does kind of feel like a little bit of a cop out to do a live stream that is just me working on other stuff like editing or doing this game dev nonsense. But truly it is just super helpful. And it sort of gets me working on a project a little bit. Like, I think another part of this is because the first time I tried to do this, it broke, like I was talking about earlier. And this one might also break, but I don't know. spelled this entirely wrong. Yeah, this one might break and not work, but the fact that it broke the first time kind of killed my motivation probably, which is why I haven't actually been working on this game very much. So if I have the basic little character controller guy, then I can like film the cool little reference thing that I got to do. Let's go top viewers. Do I even need to do anything about this? Because it's not even, it says monitored suspicious user. I kind of don't understand how Twitch does that for some of the bots, but not all of them. Because I feel like every bot that ever exists is kind of the most obvious bot to ever exist. Like, wow, thanks for this free little link here. That's a suspicious link. With like a little space in it. And they didn't even appear as a viewer. Did they like appear into the stream that fast and then leave? That Twitch doesn't count it as a viewer? Who even knows? But they couldn't be further from being a bot. Fuck. We're still at the very top of this? Wow, that's depressing. Okay. I was talking about something cool and I will get back to it. Okay? But I need to become comfortable with not speaking a little bit for a second, you know? So I'm just going to do that and I'm going to keep typing. Maybe I won't keep typing, but maybe I'll consume water and or tea, you know? I fully just sacrificed a viewer to the void because I did see that the viewers went up to 3, but then then what happened? And then I walked away for a second. So that's fine. I don't even, who is clicking on live streams and then leaving immediately? Because I'm legitimately going to be a narcissist for a second here, but like, this is semi-interesting. Like, I'm saying words. I got a fun little PNG tuber on the screen. I got an immaculate taste in music, of course. Maybe being a little bit more than a little bit of a narcissist, but that's fine. So like, is it like a bot or something that's just appearing and then leaving? Maybe not. Maybe people just do that. I kind of do that sometimes. I'm like, this looks kind of interesting. And then there's either pre-roll ads where I'm like, oh, actually I hate Twitch and I'm uninstalling it from my phone and I'm deleting the website and everything. But sometimes I'm like, this looks kind of interesting, and I'll click on it, and then I'm like, I don't know if I actually want to get into all this person's lore and whatnot and become a new viewer. But sometimes I'll click on something and I'm like, this is sick as hell, and I'll watch it. You know? I don't know why I had to say, you know. There was already a pause. What am I even minus 40? We did it, gamers. There's no more red here. We have an infinite amount of shit that we have to keep typing. But a new function to be doing. Let's go. And I think I do enjoy these 2 albums that I've added here, but I think I'm just going to put shuffle on after this, because usually I'll just click on the top of my playlist if I've been adding a ton of new music and then keep listening to that. But sometimes I'm like, let's actually put it on shuffle, because I think I do in fact have an immaculate taste in music, so good music may in fact show up. It's just that when I'm always doing that, then I'm like, maybe my taste in music actually sucks, and I should just find a new album to add to my playlist and listen to that for all eternity. Today, we're gonna put it on shuffle when it gets to Bad Bunny, maybe. Even though Bad Bunny is entirely still my whole personality. Hey, Slush4, what is up, gamer? I'm actually the worst streamer of all time, so I don't know if you've been here before, but welcome in. This is a very entertaining stream. It might be a little bit. I'm mostly yapping, so I kind of don't know why I didn't just put the category to just chatting, but I'm also kind of typing in things, so you can look at the screen if you want, you know? There's stuff moving on screen. If you're a cat, I don't know why that's what I was gonna say, but looking around at screen. Like my cat will sit and watch YouTube with me sometimes, and I only say that because I literally have pictures of her where it looks like she's watching YouTube and she's like laying in front of the laptop looking at it, but sometimes I'll like move the mouse around and she's like, "Whoa, what's that?" You know? As cats often do. And is this the placebo effect? Maybe not placebo. I don't there's probably some other name for this, but I feel like Slush, you've been here before. Maybe? That seems familiar. Maybe it's just that Twitch doesn't actually have that many colors for usernames, and so I'm like, hey, I've seen that weird little shade of bluish green, kinda. Everyone has different tastes, and this is a chill stream, my kind of taste. Heck yeah, gamer. Let's go. What song is playing? Why is it playing the music video for this song, dude? It's a good song, but the music video is like 2 decibels loud, dude. And um I thought I fixed my whole damn playlist because I added just the audio, I thought, but I guess I added um the music video again, which is annoying because that actually kind of took a while to fix that. But we skipped it. Sorry, Emmy Melly. What am I doing? Haven't been on Twitch in months, so never been here, honestly. Okay. Haven't been to Twitch in months? That's crazy, and you're here? Kind of interesting, honestly. Yeah. I'm a bit of a chronic yapper, so I'm gonna just be here. Like, if you fall asleep, I'm gonna be infecting your subconscious with all the weird shit that I say. Or if you're not asleep, sometimes it's hard to follow. I've kind of gotten that input one time. Yeah, kind of doing a little bit of quote unquote coding. And by that I mean I'm looking at this YouTube video and just writing everything out. Which is stupid because there are better ways to do this, to like copy paste this on screen. But I figured why not? I could just yap and type things at the same time. Yeah, that's the thing I could do. Probably not though. Probably not gonna sleep working on art. Let's freaking go, dude. I'm unintentionally attracting a lot of artists, kind of. Maybe there's just a lot of artists on Twitch. I guess I kind of watch a few artists, and I'm like technically kind of an artist sometime. I guess artist in the way that I do art, but not artist in the way that I like am good at it at all. But I did make this fun little PNG tuber. That's a real little sketch from my sketchbook. Took a picture of it and removed the background in Photopea. I guess it's 2 sketches because it's a PNG tuber and it has to move around a little bit. I'm not paying attention. But yeah, that's sick as hell. Maybe watch me be a slightly good streamer. Like, what kind of art is it? Because like, that's sick as hell. I feel like making art in any sort of capacity is pretty freaking awesome. Unless I'm talking about myself, apparently, because I just called myself not an artist. But I've done some game dev work. If you really want to do it, I suggest doing research other than YouTube. It's not the best in my opinion, and making old games helped me more. Oh, yeah, I've kind of heard of that. Like making just do stupid little um sort of mini game type things and whatnot. Yeah, but I was gonna say I'm kind of a narcissist. I don't know if has to do with that, but I'm kind of an idiot. Maybe that's all it is, but I'm always doing weird random shit sort of against the grain a little bit. And I'm somewhat a first time game dev in the sense that like actual game dev, like in Godot or Unity or whatever, I've kind of installed game engines over the years and like done something similar to this where I like put a capsule in or do something. I'm making a card game. Dude, what the hell? That's insane. You just said working on art. I did not expect you to be like, I'm making a whole ass card game. That's kind of sick, dude. Sick nasty. Um, I'm gonna hit shuffle on this music, even though I would want to listen to Bad Bunny's album yet again, but I love this song. Um, it's something. What am I saying? I want to listen to Bad Bunny again, but I've been listening to it every single day, like many times since the Super Bowl. Bad Bunny's kind of like my main personality trait now. Yeah, card games are cool. Very fascinating. I think I was saying something for a second, right? Talking about me being an idiot going against the grain because um I am in fact an obnoxious YouTuber. What type of game are you making? It's gonna be um you know what? I'll get to this in just a second, but I am in fact an obnoxious YouTuber and I'm making videos that are almost intentionally bad. And it's also like old school YouTube, which is kind of stupid to try to do now. It's like going to be a variety channel. For now, it's mostly just gaming, which is also a super hard like niche to get into. I kind of dislike talking about YouTube in way of like niches and stuff like that because it makes sense, but I don't know. I've got all sorts of weird theories on how to actually be a YouTuber, even though I'm not a YouTuber. Um, which actually I was thinking of making a video about, like how to be a horrible YouTuber. That's a pretty good title. Um, yeah, I'm always being an idiot going against the grain, doing stuff that probably literally isn't a good idea and isn't like I was gonna say how you're supposed to do it. I guess there's no like actual way to do it. But um wait, watch this, gamers. Um hang on. I don't know if I should be searching the internet on display capture. That's a bit scary. Hang on, I'm gonna chuck you guys into the void for a second. And then hang on. Fuck. What am I typing? I don't even know. What am I typing? I keep forgetting I made a little jam game one time. I guess it was semi recently. Um for Jamsepticeye. I can type that, right? Yes. For Jamsepticeye. Jack Spadice's little game jam. Display capture, my greatest fear. Here it is, Godot Game Engine. But it's sort of not a play on this game, but it's like um and I broke the thingy or whatever. But look at this, gamers. It's got semi-cool sound design sometimes, and it's got sketches because just like my little PNG tuber, um, I was like, I have a sketchbook. I make super janky drawings, sort of on YouTube sometimes, and I'm decent at that. This is like I'm 14. This is deep lore and things. Hang on, let me get to the really cool sound effect. Watch this. Don't know how loud that was or if you could hear it in the slightest. But yeah. This one's like 2D and it's kind of just a sort of, what is it, like visual novel-esque, just like little scene, little conversation. And um hang on, let me not show music videos. That's cool. But one thing about me is I'm an idiot, and I'm always making things that are 10,000 times more ambitious than I can actually make. Like that I have the skills or motivation, I guess, to make. And so I was like, what if we make it 3D? What if we add a bunch of story to it that's actually good? And what if instead of just little static drawings, we also do animation, which I have no clue how to do. And it's 3D. Did I already say that? And there's different enemy types, kind of. And then, I don't know, it'll probably end up being a lot more smaller than I want it to be. I don't know. I've kind of tried to not think about it too much in my head or come up with a lot of the lore yet until I have more than like a bean on a rectangle or square. So it's gonna have that like sketchbook-esque look, you know? And it's gonna be first person. So that's kind of cool. I gotta draw like hands and shit. I was gonna say like BioShock. I guess not really, except that there's just gonna be like a hand in the corner, which kind of every game does. You know? That BioShock didn't invent that. I was gonna say similar vibes. I don't know if I could do similar vibes of BioShock. And also probably that's not even true. But like a fun, just like real quick short little horror game. Probably just gonna be free on like itch.io. Or maybe also Steam. I don't know how that works, how uploading shit to Steam works. So yeah, I'll probably do most of the work on honestly, I love the 2D hand drawing a lot. If you would make a stop motion with actual drawings, that would give a crazy new taste, but it's your game, so all power to you. Yeah. I mean that's kind of what it is. And you know what? The more I picture it in my head, the more I'm like, it's actually kind of similar to like old school Dune. Or not Dune, Doom. Very similar words, but Doom, like Doom Guy and whatnot, because it's gonna have like, if the monsters and stuff are also like kind of 2D, then it's kind of gonna look like that, the way they're like walking at you and doing things. But I don't know. There's lots of ideas that I have, as I said, that are like 10,000 times more ambitious than I could ever make. But that's somewhat the idea. I'm not the greatest at animation, but I have done like one little thing, like an eyeball, like rotating kind of, and it looked decent. So I'm like, if I just do that, but slightly better, and maybe slightly more, I was gonna say digitally enhanced, um, because the way I make sketchbooks into things like my silly little PNG tuber down here, is I do a little sketch in my little sketchbook and then take a picture of it and like adjust like contrast and things like that to remove the background and make it look cool. But I could probably also like modify the drawings, do color question mark? Because I've been seeing stuff on Instagram threads. It's kind of weird that I use that app sometimes. But yeah, sometimes I click on it and it shows me lots of art. And I've been seeing people on there doing like hand drawn but digitally colored stuff. And I'm like, that's an interesting little concept. Mayhaps a little something like that. Or at the very least, just enhancing it like that because I'm a jack of all trades that doesn't actually know any trades, and so I don't know how to use Godot actually, but I've installed it a few times and I'm using it now technically. And I know like DaVinci Resolve to be an obnoxious YouTuber and like some photography stuff, and I know like all these different things a little bit. And so I'm like, if I stack up all these skills that I'm not good at, it's definitely going to make something more than a big heaping of pile of trash, right? Probably not, but I don't know how to do. I don't know how to. What? Let me remember how to enunciate for a second. I don't remember, or I don't know how to do anything particularly like super good, like just one skill. But um, but I can just use all the weird little skills that I have, and that might be slightly all right. You know, it'll get me by. I can make this spooky little game that's going to be real short. You know, it's. I think it's going to be depressing when the game is actually just like 5 minutes long. You know, it's like actually making a stop motion thing. You know, like that clip from Parks and Recreation where that guy's like making a stop motion thing, and then he shows that other person, and he's like, "Wait, that was it?" And he had been like working months on it or whatever. That's probably a niche reference. I don't know. Do many people even like that show? I watched like all of it, I think. I don't know. It was kind of a long time ago, so I don't really remember it that well, but it's pretty freaking funny a lot of the time. You know, like Ron Swanson, pretty legendary character. What am I even doing? Physics process delta, if you will. Um, yes. And then I'm doing other things. Is it gonna add the gravity? Yeah. What I forgot to say earlier, hey, how's it going? What is up, small boss dev? Going pretty good, pretty awesome. Um, except maybe not. Been streaming for an hour, and this is all I've done so far, and I'm literally just switching over from here and copying all of this. But it's mostly yapping. I need to remember that. I'm kind of this is just a just chatting stream mostly, but I don't know. Apparently that wasn't a mistake because people are showing up a little bit. You know, there are viewers here, which is kind of crazy to think about. Usually it's just me and my immaculate taste in music. What am I doing? That's something I say constantly because I never have any clue what I'm doing because I definitely don't have undiagnosed ADHD. Hang on. Okay. That's how game dev goes. Nothing gets done. Yep. Especially considering this was kind of I did that wrong, did I? No. Um shit, I was just gonna say something awesome and then it completely went away forever. It kind of actually did. I don't know what just happened. Like I was like, oh, I can say something to bounce off that and be a human, be a person, you know? A live streamer, if you will. And then it just completely ran away from me. Oh, I was gonna say earlier, um, something that Slush was saying. Oh, don't rely on like YouTube tutorials, and I'm kind of not, which is kind of I'm actually this is the biggest cheat code, and this is probably the main reason why I'm doing a video game like this, but um the game doesn't have to be that cool or fun even. First time live streaming? Um Technically not. Or no, definitely not. I've been live streaming for a little bit, but I don't know if I'm the greatest. I'm like socially inept in real life, but and I've been saying this, but I don't know if I can keep saying it because I've been or no wait. I actually checked back and I haven't been live streaming for that long. I think it's almost been half a year. But usually I'm an obnoxious YouTuber, so my brain isn't like calibrated entirely for live streaming. Gotcha, no worries. Yeah, Baroni. And my video game doesn't have to be good or cool or fun, but sometimes I'm pretty good at sound design. And that's like one of the more important parts of a video game. So if the sound design is really good and cheating and hacking, I can just use my sketchbook so that way it looks unique and kind of cool, at least in my opinion. I love a weird, like, chaotic, sketchy style. And so I'll just draw all the assets, right? That won't be hard. That won't take a long time. Most of them anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't really know what the game's gonna be because so far it's this, and this capsule guy doesn't even move yet. So this is fully the um first little thing. I just sort of opened this project not too long ago. So I'll probably do most of it off stream. Usually I'm streaming just random bullshit and like yapping and stuff, which is kind of what I'm doing here. But I figured I'd get a bit of a start on game dev slightly. So I've always thought it would be a cool thing to get into. But um but I'm not productive in the slightest. And this was technically a bit of a New Year's resolution, and it's late February now. And like it's like late February. When it feels like you want to take a moment to plan out what you're making. Maybe. Mayhaps. Um yeah, planning and things. Probably a good idea, but Google Doc it out. I do have a Google Doc open. Like, I do kind of I have like an idea of what the game is. It's like first person, very sketchy and cool. I've got like the mechanics and some like concepts for um like the enemy like monster things. And I've somewhat um made like rough versions of them in this thing. Watch this, gamers. Look at me talking to actual game devs um about being not an actual game dev, but I've played Dreams PS4 for like years and years and years. Don't know if anyone knows what that is. It's kind of a game engine. I call it a creation engine because you can basically make anything. So I figured since I'm also horrible at drawing, which is what I'm leaning on for this game, this is me being an idiot even more. But I'm horrible at drawing, so I'm like, I will make the monsters like generally probably. I don't know if I'm gonna like actually make them look good and cool, but I'll make them in Dreams PS4 because that's what I know how to do. And that's not like it's kind of actual 3D modeling, but it's significantly easier because every single time I see even a little clip of like Blender or some other thing that my computer also wouldn't even be able to handle anyway, um, those clips are insane. I'm like, none of this makes any sense whatsoever. Like, what the hell? But Dreams PS4, because you got the gyroscope of the controller, so it's like it just makes so much more sense in my brain, and you can like move shit around simply and do lots of stuff and things. So I'm gonna make them in there and animate them in there because I'm pretty good at animating in Dreams PS4. Do lots of animations and things, and then use that for the reference to draw them and do things like that. And who knows, maybe it'll be a little bit spooky. If my game spooks someone out even a little teeny tiny bit, then I'd consider that a success. Honestly, if I like make the game, I'd probably consider that a success as well because yeah, it's not a bad idea. Are you able to import that into Godot? No, maybe. I've kind of thought about it because I was really curious because um there are all those like weird apps and things where you can like 3D scan stuff in real life and you just need a bunch of pictures. So I'm like, could you like set up a bunch of cameras in Dreams PS4 because there's like a grid and you can do all sorts of stuff and it could be super precise. And then take screenshots and maybe it'll just think that those are pictures of like a real thing. So maybe you could do something like that, but also Dreams PS4 is like really janky and it's also kind of a dead game because it wasn't um I mean the technology was kind of insane and like the ability to do all the stuff that it can do just on a PlayStation is pretty insane. I don't know, like marketing and shit kind of made it fail. But it's really cool. So I don't know if I'd be able to import something like that into Godot, but I don't know if I would. Sometimes I think because because I am not the greatest artist, and there is one particular um like scene maybe, but like encounter for one of the enemies, like the introduction, because I'm trying to go about this kind of smart since I'm horrible at everything. So I'm like, it needs to have a little bit of like game feel to be cool, and like the vibes have to be cool, and environmental storytelling. Let me just say that word so you think I'm good at this. Um, but yeah, it needs to have all these things, and I'm like, introducing a certain enemy is pretty important, and I have a really cool idea for a way to do that. But I'm like, I don't know if I could draw that because it needs to feel a certain way, and it needs to be weirdly. I picture it in my head, and I'm like, it seems a lot more three-dimensional than I think I could draw. But you know what? Maybe I could because DaVinci Resolve color correction, right? I can do that. I'm insane at color correction. I don't know about that, but sometimes it's kind of fun and kind of interesting. And also digitally doing stuff. And I got lots of time, I guess. I don't know, this game doesn't have to come out that soon. So I can just keep working on stuff until it's cool and looks the way I want it to. Keep saying you're horrible at everything, but surely you can lean into something that you can do. Kinda. I mean, I think the point is kind of that I'm horrible at everything, so I'm like leaning on all of it, kind of. I don't know. Um, Legitimately, I think if I make this game, it'll be kind of fun, you know? Like people will make a silly little game. Like I'm a narcissist, so I'm like, it's gonna be so awesome and cool that Markiplier is gonna play it or something. Not actually, but I think it could at the very least maybe sort of fit into like a three scary games type video, you know? Just like this fun little thing that you hop into. You're like, this is interesting, this is cool. It, it's got decent sound design. I think I'm just sort of going for decent. It's your first game after all, so it will be doo-doo. Just make it for now. That's true. But what if it wasn't doo-doo? I'm here I am making the greatest beginner mistake you possibly could make, but I'm self-aware, which means it's not gonna happen. I don't know. Um, but it could be cool. And what if it's not doo-doo? Because I'm a narcissist, so Markiplier is gonna play it. XD, that is the ambition I'm looking for. Yep. I'm not saying specifically Markiplier. Mayhaps, you know? I think the point of it is that it is kind of clickbaity. The way that my style is like sketchy and chaotic and unique looking. So that's why I'm like, I'm just gonna draw everything because then it's a cheat code. Everyone's gonna think that my game is more interesting and cool than it is. And if I spend time on the sound design and things, because um I forget that this contributes to my experience probably a lot. Like I could put this on my little game dev resume. I don't know if that makes sense, but um yeah, I am an obnoxious YouTuber, and a lot of the time I will do like my videos are super Gen Z, I guess, and there are lots of stupid jokes in it and like Vine booms and shit. Um, but they're also super absurd, and so randomly it'll like cut to this like weird horror thing with like an image of something spooky and like creepy sound design. So I'm actually pretty decent at sound design. So I'm gonna just have cool sound design and sketch all the assets. And that'll carry me to that Markiplier video, you know? I've thought of making horror games as well for the reason that maybe Markiplier will play it as well. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he will. I think for me, that is mostly one of the more interesting genres, though. So it's not just Markiplier, but I love Markiplier. He's really cool and awesome. Um, make a horror audio experience. Kinda. I do think. Wait, oh my god, I actually know how to articulate and say words properly. Watch this. Because the whole point is the bones of my game are gonna be super simple. Like this is a character controller video that's 10.5 minutes long. I'm just gonna copy paste all this, and that's kind of gonna be the game. Except I'm gonna add like one, maybe like a couple more mechanics. So the bones of the game are super simple, but then I just realized there's like 5,000 mechanics actually, because I'm always constantly making things that are 5,000 times more ambitious than they can be. But the bones of the game, super simple. And the rest of it, we're just draping this fancy little thing over this random little skeleton, you know? If it looks kind of cool, sounds kind of cool, I'm getting on Markiplier's YouTube channel, you know? That's the plan, gamers. It's foolproof. Don't double check if it is or not, okay? Look at me typing words after all this time. Kind of crazy stuff. But yeah. Maybe I should just actually copy paste it. Like take a screenshot and then copy paste this. Right? Who knows? What am I doing? I think my biggest fear about making something that is just sort of silly, not silly, but like it's just this short little thing. And as much as I would love to put so much lore and have it be really cool and awesome, I think it's gonna have to be vague and small. Like, I was just gonna say, I don't know if I said this, but Markiplier is awesome. I watched Iron Lung and it was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And um that game is really simple and cool and vague. But mine's gonna have environments and stuff. And this game is actually gonna take years to make if I try to make it how it is in my head. So it'll probably suck compared to what's in my head, but um I don't know where this was going. But I will remember. Maybe. I'm gonna take a swig of water, you know? Shout out staying hydrated and taking care of yourself, you know? Oh yeah, but my biggest fear is that it's gonna be vague. If my biggest fear is that people are gonna be interested in it. And they're gonna be like, this is cool. Expand upon this or make a sequel or something. Because that's kind of horrifying, isn't it? Because this isn't a symptom of anything, particularly not ADHD, but I even when I'm editing YouTube videos, like somehow I'm editing a video that was an hour and 45 minutes of recording, and it's taken like a month to do, but I'm almost done, so that's kind of cool. But every single time I'm like nearing the end of editing, I always kind of hate the thing I'm working on. I'm like, this sucks. I just want to be done with it. Um, I've been editing this for so long. It's taken years. And then I'm like, just upload it and it's cool and it's awesome. And then I watch it back and I'm like, oh, this kind of sucks. There's like 5,000 things I could have done better. And I guess I'm pretty good now over the course of like 3.5 years, but I don't know. What am I saying? This song's really cool. Speaking of which, did the song visual break? Entirely several hours ago. Not hours, but um something. I feel that honestly it's so annoying. Yeah, so if I have the same thing with this game and I make it and then like people are and then people are like, this is interesting, this is cool. Give me more, I want more. I must consume more. Then that's kind of horrifying because I'm like, well, I did it. I made the game. You can play the game, you know? Gravity times delta. Why did I not type that out? That seemed like it was super easy. Consume more. Yeah, that's what happens. And so I hope like two people play it and that's it. No, I'm kidding. It would be cool if more people played it. Um but that is kind of my mindset with lots of things. I got this weird theory on the internet about building a community versus building an audience. So I'm like intentionally, not intentionally, somewhat intentionally being a terrible YouTuber so that um so I don't build an audience that like is fickle. And anytime I try to do anything that isn't like, what's up, gamers? Vine boom. Then they like run away, you know? Like if I try to make a short film and I upload that, no one would watch it then. But and look at this, gamers. I'm constantly just copying Markiplier. That's like my whole career, is I'm just gonna copy Markiplier. What's the difference between the two? Well, because a community is like is somewhat what Markiplier has, you know? Like he's like one of the biggest people and he has like his numbers are massive, but um but he can do other stuff like make a movie that becomes number one in America or crash the OnlyFans website or whatever. Yeah, community sticks around, but like I guess this is me just saying Markiplier versus Mr. Beast, but like Mr. Beast is always talking about like retention and he's always like chasing this audience, you know? It's not as chill because he has to like worry about uploading consistently and everything has to be smooth and scary looking and perfect. But Markiplier crashed OnlyFans, you know? And I guess his movie was number one in America. That might be more like important and impressive at this point. Yeah, but that came after many, many years of grinding YouTube. You can't compare yourself to him. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not comparing myself to him at this point. I just mean that's like the goal is to build a community instead of like chasing an audience, you know? So that's what I'm doing, you know? 3.5 years in, I've got like 43 subscribers or something on YouTube. Um, but I don't care because I am a narcissist and I've decided that I'm gonna be rich and famous eventually. So I'm like, the videos that I'm uploading are really good and I'm like proud of them and they're cool. So I don't really care how many views they get or how many subscribers I have. I guess that and subscribers don't really matter that much on YouTube, but videos I've uploaded recently have gotten like 200 something views, so that's interesting. That's cool. So yeah, I'm not like grinding, um, because I have spent a month working on this video that I'm doing. And that's mostly just procrastination and stuff. But yeah, I'm just I'm just being annoying on the internet, you know? Being a silly little guy, uploading stuff that I think's really cool when it's done, when it's finished, so that way it's cool and awesome. I don't think that narcissism, that's just ambition. I also have that. Maybe. But also, I guess just that on its own isn't narcissism, but I'm legitimately like kind of a narcissist. like I do care about people and whatnot, but I'm like, I decided that I am going to be rich and famous. And so maybe this is just me being a realist, but I'm like, technically, watch this, gamers. I'm about to say something evil. Um, all the people that are here, it's going to drop to 0 viewers, but I think technically that makes me an important person, right? Right, gamers? I'm the most important person in the world. If you're saying that you're better than people because you're going to be rich and famous, then yes, you are. I'm not saying I'm better than people. Um, what am I saying? I don't know. I think it's just because I think objectively, like Markiplier is an important person, right? Because like anyone who has like some kind of fame, people are always coming up to them and like, "Hey, you saved me. I didn't like annihilate myself," you know? And I guess I'm technically kind of one of those people, and so I'm like, if I were to become a YouTuber and be awesome and sort of like become like all the people that inspired me, then I'm like, objectively, I'm kind of also an important person. And I'm like, time is not linear, and I've already decided that I'm gonna be rich and famous, you know? Or I've at least decided that I'm gonna continue uploading YouTube videos until I'm like 97, you know? Because it's cool and it's fun, you know? I don't know why I keep saying that, but narcissism, maybe that was evil. Who knows? I honestly don't remember why I was saying that. I was saying part of it is ambition. I think I'm just an interesting person. Not interesting, but I'm like interesting and I'm a peculiar person. And so there's all these different things that sort of equal me being a narcissist and whatnot. And the fact that it's in my freaking veins, gamers, because my dad was like kind of a narcissist because his dad was like actually a narcissist. So that's just how it works, gamers. It just goes down. You know, my dad's half narcissist. I'm like quarter narcissist. I don't remember if that's how that math works with that kind of stuff, but I mean that isn't how it works with narcissism. But that's the bit, gamers. Where the hell am I here? Who knows? It's been 1.5 hours, and also in this video, this guy like goes back and adds stuff elsewhere. Okay, I don't know anymore. You need to prove what you were saying first before you start claiming you got an ego. Mayhaps. What am I proving? Proving what I'm saying in like I don't know. Prove that I'm a horrible person and like other things? I don't know. Proving that you can be a YouTuber. True and factual, but I think I've already decided and game developer. Okay. I think game developer, I don't know if I could be a game developer. This is just something that I've sort of always been interested in, and I'm like, oh, maybe I make a few like small, teeny tiny indie games on the side. But I have in fact decided that I am a YouTuber because I'm a narcissist and time isn't linear. And so I'm like, I will work at it to the point where, because watch this is me also being a narcissist. I feel like, because I have this weird, like, I'm 14, this is deep lore that happens on YouTube. Um, and I will actually make eventually, sort of, with like short films. I don't know, but like little lore videos. And I made little bits and pieces just within other gaming videos. Um, but watch this, gamers. This is like me lore, like myself, and kind of dark. But I decided a long time ago because I was like, oh, I kind of dislike being alive and all that. But then I came up with this idea of this really cool lore, and I was like, actually, I think I just have to make that. That's like the sole reason why I exist now. And so back then, that was me deciding that I just sort of will be a YouTuber, because I have to tell this story of this I'm 14 and this is deep lore, What am I doing? And that's also me copying Markiplier because it was, and I guess people have already kind of done this now at this point, but I came up with it first, gamers, which probably isn't true, but like the like alter ego type stuff with like Darkiplier, Jacksepticeye had Antisepticeye, but I was like, what if I did that, but 10,000 times more ambitious, as I often do? And so that's kind of what the lore is. And so I kind of just have to tell that story. It's the reason why I exist, gamers. And even if I have to like work a real job and save up a bunch of money to purchase weird little what is it called? Like materials and things to make all these weird random little short film type things. Then that's how it will be. Or I will actually legitimately be rich and famous and not a joke, and it will catch on. And then I'll also do it anyway, So I kind of say I'm going to be rich and famous as a joke, slightly. But I am a narcissist, and I'm like, it's interesting enough, even in my opinion, that over time, it has to like gain an audience, right? Because low-key, there's some boring shit on YouTube with like thousands of views, and it's kind of just, I guess either it just is a specific niche that people find or something else, but either way, over lots of time, people like do find you. Like, I kind of go against the grain, and I'm annoying and all this stuff, but I do in fact have like 40-something subscribers, which is kind of crazy. And Twitch has been happening low key. I got 37 followers at this point. And I've been like meeting other streamers. It's pretty fun, pretty cool. Yeah, I like this song. I don't know if this is broken again, but probably. I think I just have too much shit open, Streaming is just complicated and annoying because I gotta have Microsoft Edge open, which is kind of horrible and disgusting. Just so that the audio is tolerable and good to listen to, and then other browser for music and Godot and OBS and transparent Twitch chat and VideoTube Mini. Look at my little guy over there. Where the hell am I in this project though? Probably nowhere. It's been an hour 40 minutes and we're nowhere. So that's cool and fun. Ow, I just popped my back. That was cool. Legitimately not speaking is it like physically hurts me. As an obnoxious YouTuber, I'm like, I have to be yapping. And thinking back, it's truly absurd that I've gotten to that point because my very first video, I was horrified and I was like, what's up, gamers? And then I just didn't say anything, and I said like several words sometimes. So much so that that's the name of my first YouTube video because it sucked so bad that I was like, I'm actually not going to edit this whole thing, and I also recorded it not correctly. And so it was ugly. And so I'm like, I don't know if this is worth it that much. And so I'm just going to something. I don't know. But I was just playing Fortnite and randomly it was so awkward and I didn't know what to say that I just kept saying, I know what I'm doing. Like ironically. Um I was just like, I know what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing. Um and so I called the video Fortnite, but I know what I'm doing. And it's like 3 minutes long, if that. And now I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I need to yap, I need to say things, otherwise it's hard to edit and it's boring and it sucks. So I just need to say words, you know? And also streaming is a different beast because I also kind of feel like, because on YouTube I almost have stepped back on that a little bit, where I'm like, I need to say, I don't need to constantly be saying things, but I need to sort of quality over quantity with sentences and words. But Twitch is kind of horrifying because it does feel like I need to say at least something all the time, and even recently I'm like, I think Twitch streaming is like it's significantly more chill. So I don't need to be saying random bullshit. And like I don't need to like be a big bombastic YouTuber all the time because it's like chill and I'm saying words and we're just hanging out, you know? So I'm kind of trying to just say words on Twitch. But maybe in 3.5 years I'll learn that that's not good either, you know? Sometimes I'm learning that now, honestly, because I'll watch a Twitch streamer and they're not constantly yapping and they're forming sentences and ideas and I'm like, "Oh, hey, I can follow this and this is entertaining and all that." And I think when you're watching something, it's the the pauses, it just sort of seems human, you know? Like live streaming, you're just watching a human be a person or whatever. And I'm sitting here like, "Oh, I have to be a big boss." What? I have to be a big bombastic YouTuber and be funny and say words and things. But Loki, I could just shut the hell up and type this for a second because I haven't been doing that, you know? Um, what the hell am I doing? Gravity? Where the hell was that? Was that this? No, that was this. Gravity handle jump is what we're doing. Okie dokie. I keep thinking like, oh, it's all right that I'm just randomly for no reason typing this all out manually. Um, and then I remember this actually might not even work because the first time I did this tutorial, it fully didn't. So maybe this will work, maybe it won't. You know what? I think I'm just now remembering this 1 hour and 44 minutes in that it was so broken in like the fundamental ways of like movement the first time. Like the head was still dangling and you try to move forward and you moved some other direction or something. And I like quadruple checked 5 times all the code and things and it was entirely the same. And I was just so confused. I was like, what is even happening? Why is this broken still? It should be doing the exact same thing as doing in the video, and it fully just wasn't. And so I was like, oh, let me do the simple things first, like movement and jumping. And then I'll add this extra bullshit that he adds later, but I'm being impatient and skipping forward so I can just copy over all the words and things he says instead of following along. But this tutorial is slightly strange to follow along to. But that's alright. I'm just hoping it won't actually break this time. Maybe it didn't even break. Maybe Godot 4 point whatever, the one that I have, is actually different enough from this one where it just doesn't work anymore. Maybe it's just outdated. Handling jump. That's what I'm doing currently. If something. I was like, oh, this is an if statement. Let me type if. And then I did not remember any of this other text that came after that. I was just like, if, you know? Input dot is fuck action just pressed. Dude, jump. I actually don't have jump anywhere. I forgot I need to go. What happened? Is Godot? Oh, Godot's crashing. That's cool. Yo, it worked. Jump. Except now I need to go into project settings, right? Project settings. Input map, right? Yes, add. Is this the thing I'm looking for? Right, it is. I'm pretty sure. It just looks weird, I think. Wait, I don't think it is. I don't know, dude. I don't know anything anymore. Oh no, I think it is just you do this, right? And then it adds. Yes, okay. Now this looks like the thing I looked at before. I've seen this before, you know? So I've added new action. Jump? I never know what to call the other things, maybe like forward? Except that's confusing, I think. I don't think this guy calls anything. He just does left, right, up, down. Which doesn't make sense to me. I guess it's those are the buttons that you're pressing. Like WASD, right, left, up, down. But you're moving forward, you know? So forward just makes more sense to me, but it probably is messier looking and also a horrible idea. And I guess way in the future I need to add like the different like left mouse, right mouse. E potentially, probably E, yeah. So you can like open doors. Um I don't know about picking stuff up because I was thinking the way I could make this game is just look up like small tutorials for lots of different things. So I'm like, I'm not going to do an inventory system because inventories are like 50,000 times more complicated than they would seem to be as someone who just plays video games. You're like, oh yeah, it's inventory, and there's little squares, and you can move stuff around in them or whatever. That shit makes zero sense whatsoever. And I don't know. Should I also do the arrow? Probably. But maybe we'll be able to pick up like a key. Could that be interesting? Maybe not a key. Maybe it's I don't know. I really don't know, and I don't know if I'm gonna put too much thought into it now because I just have to see how long it takes and how hard it is to make just all this basic movement bullshit and then the enemies and like I need the like functional parts of my game. that make it like a video game that you play and it's fun or whatever, and there's like mechanics and things. I need to do all that and then see if I'm sick of it and I hate everything. And like if I'm gonna be willing to put more work into it to add like different mechanics and the environments and all that. So I'm gonna let the mechanics influence the way I build the environments and the lore and all that. You know? Why do I just say after everything? It's kind of the worst thing that I do. Yoink. I think that was it, right? End is on floor. Look at me. Slightly coding a little bit. Um, velocity.y, gamers. Oops. Velocity.y equals jump velocity. We did it. That's the jump. Okay. And I was talking about this way earlier, but I tried to just download something from the asset library because there's this legendary game dev channel that I'm subscribed to. Thomas Brush, he makes indie games. Um, and he's always saying just get shit from the asset library. He's like, look, I got this little character controller. Except he uses Unity, so there's probably better stuff on there, but I went to this little asset library. I guess I could have looked a little harder on like other websites and shit, but it was all way too complicated. Like the jump was not just this. Like if you press the jump button and you're on the floor, then jump. It was like 5,000 lines of code. Not 5,000, but it was insane. It was just hard to look at. To not understand that shit in the slightest. So I've already done this tutorial once before, and also it's simple, you know? So this makes sense to me, mostly. I mean, not like some of the like weird math shit that's happening. Like, what is vector 3? Who knows? I think I know what that is. Vector 3 is just like positional stuff, kind of, right? Because vector is like, what is a vector? It's like the distance between 2 points or something with like points in space. Who even knows? But yeah, stuff like that. Get the input directions and handle the movement/deceleration. I'm thinking back earlier and I'm like, did I traumatize anyone by just randomly by like trauma dumping on people? It wasn't trauma dumping. I just like randomly said it one time, and that's a big part of the fat juicy lore. Um, kinda. I I guess more than kinda, but yeah, lots of heavy stuff. Big fat depression moments, gamers. I am in fact depressed most of the time, and I'm 14. This is deep, like a lore. I'm literally calling it lore, and it's gonna be like super dramatic, maybe. I don't know. Um, with like good lighting, if I ever learn how to do that, and so that's kind of it's kind of like what you would expect if you put all those things together. What am I doing? And I've kind of said stuff like that on the internet before, so I was like, this is a good chance to talk about why I'm a narcissist and why I am an obnoxious YouTuber. You know, get the input direction. Fuck. What did I just press? Um, and handle the movement/deceleration. You've done it, gamers. I don't know why this guy does like sentences and things. Who knows? Maybe he's a writer too, and that's just nature. That's just second nature. And that's kind of how I am. Because I be capitalizing the first letter of things constantly. And sometimes accidentally adding punctuation. Did I say capitalize something? I don't know. Nope. Input something, other words. Input underscore direction. But we got the trauma dumping out of the way. Brief trauma dumping. And now I can just shut the hell up and listen to music. Is this the Marias? How can you not just love what's going on right now? I'm so paranoid. Everything's breaking all the time. Because, like, what did I just press? Was not aware I could do that. Okay. So my computer fully can't handle what's happening, and so sorry VOD watchers, but the music. Fuck, I'm showing this entire music video. The little song visual in the left corner is entirely inaccurate all the time. You know, I don't have that many songs on my playlist that are 10 minutes long. So it fully just gets stuck that way. I'm surprised the PNG tuber isn't doing that too. Because sometimes randomly I'm like, oh wait, my PNG tuber is stuck with his mouth open, not moving at all. So it's just been broken for who knows how long. Because shit will like stop loading if I'm just switching back and forth between Microsoft Edge, ew, disgusting, and Godot. And those are both pretty intense things. And you know what I just realized? I never turned on my laptop cooling fan, which this explains what's going on with my computer, not because it's hot, but because it's a laptop. I'm kind of proud of my computer. Like usually when I don't do that and I've got stream open and I'm switching between other stuff and doing things, then it's my computer has fans and shit that are going and it sounds like it's going to lift off and the keyboard turns into a luxurious heated keyboard and I'm like burning myself on it. So yeah, usually that happens, but it's actually not even that warm. Wait, I lied? Maybe it's just because I turned my laptop cooling fan on, so it's blasting all the heat back into the computer, which I'm sure is good for it. I think it's probably good if you don't wait to turn the laptop cooling fan on, but I'm probably breaking my computer by doing it this way. What am I typing? Get the input direction and handle the movement / deceleration. Why is this song loud as fuck, dude? I might skip this song. Sometimes I don't even like it that well. It got recommended to me on YouTube and it's just randomly. I'm skipping it, gamers. First skip of all time on YouTube. Or not on YouTube, on stream. Got some pretty crazy songs coming up though. Are there any Christmas songs that I have to get rid of? Because I just have Christmas songs on my playlist because I don't listen to that many Christmas songs. And sometimes artists I like just make a Christmas song. And I'm like, this is sick as hell. I'll add this to my playlist. But then like I'm not gonna make a separate playlist that just has like all the music I listen to and 5 Christmas songs. Because that would take like several days. But like I just want to listen to my music and also have Christmas songs appear when it's Christmas time. So I'm like, this is sick as hell. Let's get into the spirit. And I think weirdly enough, this was the first year where I feel like I didn't listen to enough Christmas music. Because usually I'm like, oh, Christmas is kind of lame and it sucks because it's always trying to overshadow Halloween. Like Christmas starts in June basically, so it's kind of coming up again. That's interesting. Maybe I can start listening to Christmas music again on stream. And so usually I'm like, oh, Christmas sucks, it's lame, and I hate it. But this year I feel like I kind of missed it because climate change is awesome and it doesn't really snow that much anymore where I live, even though it used to a lot. Although the last couple days it did snow more than it snowed like since now all the way back until um Christmas. It probably snowed more than all those days combined in the last like 2 days. So that's kind of sick. There was like a layer of snow. I could see it. I was like, holy shit, it's a Christmas music miracle. Ow. Oh my God. Yo, I've been working out kind of recently and I did legs yesterday and legs are kind of miserable afterwards, you know? I'm always saying core is kind of miserable to do because you like try to twist or you do anything or you sneeze. That's the worst. It's like my body hates me. Like, why would you do this to me? But you do anything and you're like, owie. But legs also suck. Like I try to move at all. I'm like, oh, I've been on my feet this whole time. Let me move my feet a little bit, bend my knees, and then I'm like, oh shit, I forgot my legs don't work that well anymore. Because usually I've been, I'm going to say exercising consistently, because I don't know if I would consider it working out necessarily. I just sort of do exercises. Because it used to just be stretching and things, and then I was like, oh, hey, let's incorporate some of these exercises, and then over the course of like 2 years or something, I don't remember. Um, over the course of that time, I've been getting closer and closer to actually fully working out and like building muscle and stuff. And the other day I was like, let's switch it up, dude. Let me do a big, fat, juicy butt workout so that I can become a bodacious babe. Because that's also kind of a New Year's resolution. I don't know. I've kind of just been doing that. Um, but I have this one real quick, like 5 minute bodacious butt workout. Um, which is fun and cool. But I was like, let's switch it up. Let's do like a whole thing, a whole workout. And I clicked on this like 20-minute video, and it kind of sucked, dude. Like the video was cool and awesome, and the exercise was as well, but like I'm miserable, dude. My legs don't work at all. That shit was intense. So that was like a full workout for my legs. Kind of crazy. Less of a bodacious butt exercise than I maybe wanted it to be. You know? Like my butt's not sore. Kinda. Right? Maybe a little bit. It's mostly my legs though. But maybe that's just because my legs are kind of useless compared to my fat, juicy ass? Um, what am I doing? But I suppose legs are kind of an important part of becoming a bodacious babe. So I got to do more leg stuff. Probably just got to do more everything because I don't train core enough. So I could do that input direction. Input.get vector. Is it underscore vector? Heck yeah, dude. What is this shit? Left, right, up, down? Okay. Left, comma? I already forgot. Was it left? It wasn't left up. What is wrong with me? It's just left, right, up, down. Down? Yeah, my taste in music is actually kind of cursed. I'm always saying it's immaculate and it's awesome, but this is like super hyper poppy. Right after this, like, really chill, sort of peculiar little, like Japanese pop thing. We got this hyper pop stuff. We got a Portal song. Shout out Portal. Then back to Me So Extra, you know? Um, so kind of crazy. If anyone's just sort of chilling in my stream, We're gonna get some insane whiplash with this music here. Right, left, up, down. I did the thing, right? Wait, was it right first? No, left, right, up, down. And then variable direction. Let's say basis? Does that make sense? Yeah, it did. Okay. Times vector 3. Input direction dot x. Already forgot. Was it capital I? I don't think this is interesting. I was supposed to be just typing and yapping, but I've sort of started talking about the typing, which isn't fun or interesting. So let me trauma dump more? I don't know. What's something interesting I could say? Guess we could have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a respite of me just saying variable direction and shit, you know? And then maybe something will pop into my head, mayhaps from earlier, like
Well,
driving, hitting a pedestrian. Hope I don't do that anytime soon. I really want my own car. That would be cool because um I do in fact need to call someone who potentially stole a lot of money from me. Um but maybe that's not the case. Maybe something else just happened. But I do in fact have a good little chunk of change, if you will, that I could use to purchase a car maybe. And um and so I was like, I should do that because I just drive my mom's car everywhere. And it's real nice, it's real cool, and it helps me not kill people because it like has a rear view camera thing, it's got seat warmers. That doesn't help me not kill people, but it's nice in the winter, you know? Um and it's like this wonderful little SUV, but I need to obtain a car so that I can just put CDs into it and then absolutely crank the volume and always have it at like 50,000 decibels, you know? Because I have a CD, recently bought a second one. I should be buying more CDs, you know? But that would be expensive. There's many albums that I would like to own physically. And sometimes they're not there for all eternity. You know, if they're not like the biggest artist, then they're just like, we released this album, buy it, or it's gonna go away forever. And then I'm like, that fucking sucks. What the hell? I don't have the money to do that. Every single time an artist does that, when I'm like, I like this album, I like this band, I would like this album. And they're like, actually it's going away forever in like a week. And so I've just gotta like rob an old lady or something so I can have an extra $30. What am I typing? Input direction dot x, gamers, comma space 0. Look at this fun commentary we got going here. Input direction dot y. Nope. Input underscore direction, right? Dot y. And was that it? Normalized. I don't know what that means, but it's supposed to make this cool and good, so let's just add it, you know? And actually, that's where this with a D or Z, right? No, I don't think that's weird, actually. Um, if direction. Okay. Was it that? No, it wasn't. Damn, I'm bad at guessing things. No, I fucking love this song. Why is this so much louder, dude? Probably because the other one was a video, I think, of Portal and whatnot. And is it broken again? Do I just have to switch to this tab every time the song changes? Because it might be broken. Fuck. Clicked on some weird thing again. And I keep saying in streams that I need to not look at the viewer count because it's weird and awkward. Oh, but I realized that the one time I tried to do that, it might have been more awkward. But there just straight up is people here right now. So it's going to be awkward whether I like it or not because I'm always trying to be a big bombastic YouTuber. I'm like, be impressed with me, okay? I'm going to say this funny little thing and you're going to laugh, right? And I try to do that every single sentence. So kind of embarrassing, kind of weird. But I should just chill out, you know? Wait for people to mayhaps approach and leave within 7 seconds, or mayhaps type a little thing in chat. And if they type a little thing in chat, I can respond and say words and have a conversation and whatnot. Socializing, gamers. I mean, kind of not socializing, but parasocializing, which is, that's what Twitch is, so here we are, gamers. Dude, my legs are actually so sore, it's insane. It's the worst, dude. And usually when I'm quote unquote working out, I'm like just sort of doing stuff. Like I've gotten past the point where you're like, owie, my arms, I don't want to do this anymore, and you stop. Like when you're doing 5,000 wall push-ups because you can't do one single push-up that's regular, um, it just becomes counting at that point, you know? You gotta just ignore the way your arms feel and the way your brain's like, please help me. And you just count. You're just counting. And it becomes, you get into a rhythm. It just is a rhythm. You know? You're like, oh, I'm going down, staying there for like a second, coming back up. And then you're like doing it the exact same time. You're like breathing in the same intervals. So usually I'm like that. But when I did that exercise the other day, that little workout video thing, it fucking sucked, dude. And at the end, I was like, I can't do another jump squat, dude. Why did you save jump squats for the very end? That's the worst fucking one. And also, my legs don't work by the end. So, like, I'm one of these jump squats, I'm gonna fall and die. Not fall and die. It's fully, mostly safe in my room. I don't think I would hit my head on anything. But, I'm just gonna collapse after one of them. So I kind of took it a little bit slower, which was a bit unfortunate, but we did it, gamers. And now my legs are sore and they're gonna be big and massive. You know? That's just sort of what happens. And I truly don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to not just repeat all the stupid catchphrases and things that I say, like saying, at the end of every sentence, or but randomly. But sometimes I'll like see interviews or like clips of people and I'm like, is that just a young person thing? Like, are we all just illiterate and inarticulate and we can't say words and sentences properly? Because young people be saying like and words of that nature. But here I am thinking before I'm saying words. And I'm not going to say like, I'm not going to say but, I'm not going to say you know. You know? That was a joke. That one was a joke. Like, actually, believe me, please. I don't even remember where we are. Velocity.x? Equals direction.x times speed. And then I'm literally doing the same thing because the next thing was like basically the same. Whatchamacallit, but it's velocity.z. Okay, so we just changed it to dot z. Very cool, very awesome. And I keep looking over because I want to look at the viewer count and I don't know why. Like a number go up type shit. Because it went up a few times in this stream. Honestly, this might be one of those streams Still here just having to listen. Okay, let's go. That's awesome. So I trauma dumped on you, Crone. That was kind of my biggest fear here because I'm like, I was gonna say recurring character. That seems kind of evil. Not character. I'm not that much of a narcissist that I like have a hero complex or whatever it's called. Um, but you're like a person that I know, maybe not know, but like are acquainted with. I appear in your streams, you appear in my streams, you know? That's recurring, if you will. And so, kind of horrifying. But thanks for still being here, gamer. I was gonna say, hope you're not the most anxious little creature for that appointment thing you got going on. Of course, man. Let's freaking go. But I feel like I was gonna say we have a fair amount of things in common, so like you're probably screwed, dude. You're probably the most anxious little creature, you know? There I am going saying what? There I go saying again. But I hate myself. I am anxious, but I must persist. Yeah. Usually I'm super anxious, but usually I just stop caring because um I'm always saying that I am like a narcissist or a sociopath or whatever, and also other things, but like Loki, I stopped being afraid of things like literally a long time ago. Just like everything. I just randomly, I guess not randomly, but I just stopped being afraid of things after a certain thing in my life occurred. If you can tell what that means, gamers. Um, but what the hell am I saying? But I think that's where it all started. Because that's when I became a narcissist. That's when I was like, I'm awesome. I'm perfect in every way or whatever I say. And so I was like, I am literally anxious, but I'm just gonna pretend I'm not. And that's kind of a thing that you have to learn, especially when driving. Like, why do I have a driver's license? Literally, it doesn't make any sense. But with driving, it's very easy to spiral and be like, oh shit, it's all over. I'm gonna kill like 5,000 people with this car because all you have to do is like rotate your ankle slightly and then move your hands a little bit, and then that's like a small family dead. You know, that's too much power to put into my hands. So you could do that little spiral very easily. Um, or you could just be like, I'm in a car, I'm driving, I got to get to from point A to point B. Um, I'm gonna check how fast I'm going every once in a while, I guess. Check the mirrors and things. And also phone calls. I know phone calls are really scary for a lot of people. Usually I'll just type out the number and I'm like, shit, I don't want to do this as I'm like pressing the call button. And I'm like, and then it's just calling. And I'm like, oh fuck. I guess I gotta say words when they pick up. That sucks for me. So yeah. And I actually do that with a lot of things, I'm realizing, because um I guess I don't really do this that much anymore. I kind of just brush my teeth, which is cool and interesting. But every time I was like super depressed and I'm like, oh, I'm tired. I just want to sleep for another 24 hours back to back. I'm already laying in my bed. It's whatever. I don't want to go brush my teeth. That's too much work. I gotta walk upstairs. I gotta um brush my teeth. It literally isn't that much work, but it kind of feels like it sometimes. So usually I just don't let myself complain in my head, or I'm just like while I'm complaining, I'm just moving my body because why not? And that kind of works because I've learned recently that the cure to depression is actually have you tried to not be sad? You know? It literally works. It doesn't, I'm kidding. But the But sometimes truly you just have to turn your brain off and just get up out of bed and walk around. You know? Look directly into the sun, maybe. I've been doing that recently. Not literally, but I started actually like being a vampire, being a creature of the night and never looking at the sun. I'm sorry, I just randomly got an email and I had to check it for some reason randomly because I hate myself. Um, but yeah, I've like covered all the windows in my room, got some big old blinds. The sun never makes it here. But, just like if I open the window, look outside for a second, and the sun's like technically um making contact with my skin and whatnot. So RIP me if I obtain skin cancer. But also it's good for you, you know? Getting those precious, precious vitamins that I very much lack, probably. Well, I have to switch back to this because it's probably broken. What the fuck are we doing? Speed. Yes, we're doing the else statement. Epic else moments. Fuck. Okay. Yoink. And then velocity.x equals 0.0. Fuck. So I'm just gonna type out all this bullshit, and it should work before he adds all the random, like, game juice, as he calls it. Which is very cool. I like this character controller. I found this randomly one of the years that I was like, I'm going to be a game dev this year. And I like downloaded the thing and followed a tutorial and I was like, this kind of sucks. I'm never doing this ever again. Yeah, I found this tutorial and ever since I was like, this is a good character controller. I like it. It's simple. It's got some juicy game feel stuff like a head bomb, good movement and things. And that's all you need in the world, gamers. These are both 0 for some reason. Oh no, that makes sense. Velocity.z equals 0.0. Dude, let's fucking go. I just remembered I might have re-stole this song from Crone. Epic Crone moments because I remember hearing it on Crone's stream and I was like, holy shit. Let's freaking go. This is that one song. And then I was like, wait, shit. This is that one song that my dad used to listen to. And I was like, cool. Because he sometimes had pretty good taste in music, and that's like that like evokes a certain feeling out of me. Like driving in the car, being a passenger with my father, and he's listening to music and whatnot, and he's like singing and stuff. But then I was like, dang it, I like don't like him anymore. So that kind of sucks. But then I was like, oh wait, this is Joywave? I listen to them now. There's like one song. So I'm like, I've reclaimed it, gamers, because this is a banger, and his taste in music is actually horrible. And mine's better. It's kind of the same thing but evolved. And that's sort of what happens, unfortunately. We just sort of all are all our parents, whether we like it or not. Move and slide. And I think quite literally, because unfortunately I have to look at myself in the mirror every day. I guess not every day. And I don't, well, I kind of do because I'm a narcissist, but I also like look like him a lot, sort of. And so I'm like, ew, I hate this. That's the worst thing he ever did to me. I guess not, because if I like still liked him, then I wouldn't mind that. But the fact that I also look like him is quite unfortunate. But I also look like me, you know? I'm hot and sexy in my own way. Wait, not never mind. I was like, did I just accidentally kind of say that my dad was hot and sexy inadvertently? And I'm just gonna choose to think that that's not at all what I was saying because it isn't. Um, but I just am hot and sexy, you know? And he's not, he's ugly. Whatever and whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna drink the rest of this Arizona. All this damn sugar. I'm sure it won't affect my sleeping at all. I actually don't even I actually slept like all day. I don't even think I've been awake for that long. What time is it? 4:30 a.m. I feel like it should be later. Sometimes time just really doesn't move that fast because yesterday was pretty damn productive. I'm almost done with the little Fortnite video I was editing because I was doing a ton of editing yesterday. And it's actually I kind of love the video now. I used to hate it, but it's hilarious and awesome. And I need to make a mental note of that because I always hate the video and then I like edit more of it and then I'm like, "Oh wait, I kind of hate it because it just was unedited." I'm always like, "Oh, this is gonna suck. I can't upload this." Like, no shit, you can't upload it. It's fully not edited in the slightest. So I edit it down a little bit, add Vine booms and other funny little jokes and things. And then it's awesome, you know? And that's kind of the process. And I don't know why I didn't realize this until 3.5 years in. But yeah, it's pretty good now. And then I'm gonna watch it back on YouTube, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, this fucking sucks. But then I might watch it again at some other point in time, and I'll be like, this is kind of sick, actually. So that tends to be what happens. Because sometimes I watch my own YouTube videos because I'm a narcissist. Not really, but sometimes I was gonna say hyperfixate on things, but I don't have ADHD. So sometimes, I don't know. But sometimes I'll click on one of my YouTube videos to like check something, like to be like, how did I'm gonna bring back a recurring joke, or I'm going to the Beatles? That's crazy. I actually kind of love this song, but I don't really listen to that much of the Beatles. Kind of fascinating. Um, okay, and then going straight into Lovely Bastards by Zweihander. So fascinating. But yeah, I'm gonna hit run because look at that. How long are we into the 2.5 hours into the thing? We finally copied and pasted, and I can look around. Sensitivity's way too high, and I can't move in the slightest. Oh wait, now I'm moving. Kinda, but not really. Shit, is this the same thing that was happening before? Oh no, it's not. Because I'm like moving left and it's working. I just can't move forward or backwards for some reason. Which means I put some sort of input in wrong. Okay, I can't remove the mouse. Is it F8 to close this? Okay. Thank God I remember that shortcut because I would have been stuck there forever. Um, so there is other stuff that I forgot to put in.
On the sine wave, we are
Where is it? I don't know. So jump, gravity. Probably a bit further back, right? Um, okay, so I fucked something up here. Oh, did I type up wrong? I fully typed up and down wrong because I think I capitalized the first letters. Why did it tell me that up and down don't exist? Or do they exist? Shit, dude. Is this not? Did I not like save it? Is that something you have to do? You have to like save something? And then it applies the things? hopefully, because I absolutely love when you're troubleshooting, and it's slightly annoying because you're like, oh, how did I make this little mistake? But when you do just make a little teeny tiny mistake, and then you're like, oh, I just have to fix this little thing, check this little box, or I made a little typo, and then you fix that and it works completely fine, which is certainly not the case with what's going on here, but I do in fact love when that happens. It's kind of the greatest feeling of all time. So are these actually, oh, my dumbass. I was literally yapping about this. I was like, oh, I like forward and backward better because it's whatever, dude. Because I didn't do up and down because I was like, oh, it makes more sense in my brain to do forward and backwards. And I actually, apparently it doesn't make more sense in my brain. Who knows? Um, so then let's run it, and then that should work. And maybe I can even jump, because that would be insane, right? Dude, I'm moving forward. This is crazy. We're actually, oh, the jump's slightly strange, but, well, no, that's normalish. I actually don't know why I included that, because I don't think my game's gonna have a jump at all. But I figured might as well, because as I was yapping about earlier, I don't exactly know how the game is gonna be. I need to flesh out more of it before deciding things. Because then I'm gonna build something up insane in my brain. Because like as cool and awesome as planning is, I think if I'm expanding the game in a Google Doc, it's 5 million times easier. You know, just like a few sentences and words and things. And you're like, oh, this is some lore, this is a cool enemy thing, there's a cool environment, and you're like writing about stuff. And it is cool and awesome, but like I'm not making a book, I'm making a video game. And I have to actually implement all that shit. And it kind of sucks. But yeah, we can move around, we can jump. We're so close to being able to upload this. Did I already say that? Damn it. I might have already said that. I was gonna change the color of the ground because it's kind of weird that it's just white. Where is it? I don't know. I can't see because I'm looking at the same thing everyone else is looking at. Oh, it's this CSG box. Okay. Do I remember how to do this? No. Is it in geometry? No. Wait. Maybe. Process? No. Transform? Question mark? Visibility? No. So I think it is this. It's material override or material overlay. I don't remember. Let's just say it's this one. I think it's just standard. And then you click on this. Dude, look, I'm remembering. And you change the color to green. Why is it? I don't actually know how this works at all. Right? And then saturate it? Dude, what does V stand for? I don't remember. Um, sure, that works. So now it might be a little bit easier to tell that I'm like moving around and doing things, stuff like that. Or except I guess there's not like other cubes and shit. Should I add other cubes? Because the guy in the video does that, and that might be a little bit easier to look at. I was gonna say I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming for that much longer, so it doesn't matter. But then I looked at the time; it's only 4:38, and I'm gonna be awake for eons. I might want to like do a little bit of a workout. You know, my legs don't work anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't abuse my arms and upper body and all that. Or core? I was talking about core. That might be too close. And also, if I do something too intense and my legs and my core are super sore, then it's game over. Like I just have to involuntarily be like I am depressed and just lay in bed all day because you wouldn't be able to move around if your legs and your core. were annihilated like that. So I basically all that I'm just saying I'm gonna add more CSG boxes. And wait, look at me being organized. You go to the main node, and then we just add a random little node. And then what do I call this? I don't know. Cubes? Horrible thing to be calling that. But if anything, what? Slight voice crack, and also I don't know how to enunciate or speak. But if anything, this is like a test area, you know? And why do I keep saying that? But we need to get the movement down and the movement for the like animations and drawing and shit. We have to get the look of the character and all that and how that works. And potentially probably also the enemies and stuff in here. And then I can build out the environments. Otherwise it sucks. And I was talking about this earlier. We just gotta get the functional shit. The thing is sometimes when I'm saying shit on stream, I'm pulling from just random thoughts and yap sessions I've had in my brain, or I'm just stealing my own content and making the same jokes that I've made in the past in YouTube videos because no one watches them. But I don't know what I was saying. Sometimes I do that, and so at this point I'm like, was I just talking about this? And that's why I'm like, oh, I have this like string of sentences that I can start saying. Or was this something that I was like, hey, I should talk about this on stream? CSG box 3D. I think I don't remember. Is it Alt? Yes, dude. Alt Control. And then we fully made a cube. It's not a cube. Hang on. It's a cube now. And then I'm not gonna actually resize all of them like he did, I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna change the colors and then move it around and make it at different heights. Standard material. Albedo. And then purple. That's my favorite color. I mean, this isn't my favorite color. Let's make my favorite color of all time, gamers. It's like a really desaturated, super, super dark purple. This is a bad example. Hang on. It kind of looks like it up there. That's like my favorite color, but this looks like really blue and gray. I remember there are actual other controls and ways to move around in Godot, but I've since forgotten them, which sucks because they were really useful and cool. I think you can center on something by maybe pressing C, or maybe it's a button up here. I don't know. It doesn't matter that much, but maybe I guess just less blue up here. I don't know why I'm putting so much thought into this. What is this? Who knows? What is this? Is this like glow? Holy shit, dude. That's like that's good for me because I'm coming from Dreams PS4, which is interesting. And you can make shit glow in that game. What about RGB? Oh yeah, that makes sense. This is weird because I pull from so many different like softwares and other bullshit that I've learned. Like kind of like actual Photoshop that I've used for a couple years, and then Photopea, and I kind of used Premiere Pro for like a year in high school or something. And then DaVinci Resolve and the previous editing software I used called Shotcut. It was super janky, but it was free. I guess DaVinci is also free, but I didn't think my computer could handle it. and Dreams PS4 and art programs sometimes. So I'm like, oh, RGB makes a certain amount of sense to me. The hue and saturation and shit makes sense to me. Oh, there's probably vibrance, right? Because V, who even knows? You know? What's linear? Fuck if I know. Looks the same as RGB, but it's different because I don't know. We don't actually have to make my favorite color because I can't. I did say that the sphere looked like it, sort of. So refer back to that if you want to know what my favorite color is. Or I could like make it in Photoshop or something eventually. And then watch this, Control D, and it duplicated it. I thought it was gonna crash the thing for a second. Oh, it looks different when it's not selected. Okay, so maybe we did have my favorite color down, and I just ruined it. What other colors? Let's just do one that's red. Why is this changing both of them? I think it's because they're the same material, so we're just gonna make a new standard material. And then this one can be red. And then we do that. And then yoink. A third cube. This one can be real small. Fuck. Why did I do it this way? I don't know. Let's just name some of them. Oops. That could be helpful if I name some of them. Which one is this? That one, weirdly. And then let's move these. I'm just gonna say purple. Red. Green. So I'm gonna make this one green, I guess. Geometry. Sometimes I inhale a lot, and I'm like, oh, this has started picking up on the mic because of how loud I'm inhaling. And it's sort of just like, I'm just like thinking and trying to say the next sentence that I'm thinking of, or sometimes that I'm not thinking of. And I don't know, it just sort of has become a habit of mine, like all the other weird habits that I have. I'm really bad at making habits when it comes to real life. We're not gonna make this blue because that's the color of the ground. Orange, question mark? This weird, ugly, like brown color? Poop. That's funny, right, gamers? I'm a content creator, big bombastic YouTube man. Um, and then let's. And he also made a bunch of walls near the ends, but I don't care about that. I'm just, oh, I forgot the sensitivity is way too high. Although, is that because of my mouse? No. And I forgot to enable collisions on these. So, um, can I select all of these? Use collisions? Did that work? Dude, yes. Game dev is easy. I shouldn't have said that. Because it's fully not true. I was gonna say I should know, but I guess not really. Look at this, gamers. We've done it. Can't jump to the red one, but that's okay. Damn, that sensitivity's crazy. Because I feel like my sensitivity, it's kind of high. No, not really. I'm turning the sensitivity down. Up here, 0.005? Damn. Is that, if I do like 2, is that going to change it a lot? Because 0.005 seems like not a lot at all. So I'm surprised it was kind of that crazy. Oh yeah, this is like normal. I mean, normal-ish, right? I'm actually going to move this down slightly because that's annoying. Keep forgetting I don't have the piece of code that lets me um, escape out of the mouse mode captured. But I remembered F8, so that's good for me. And I get this should like be on a grid and be based on this character or whatever, but this is the most basic of basic things. I just have to um have a way of moving around and things. And I think this whole time I've been forgetting that it's truly like the amount of experience I have is non-existent. I don't have any experience whatsoever. And so like even like look at this shadow that I have. Do I want my character to have a shadow in the game? Probably not actually. I don't know if I care that much about that, but maybe I do, which means I've got to figure out how to do that. But even just getting my stupid little drawing in the bottom right corner of the screen and then making that move so you can attack. That's saying a little bit of stuff about the game that is less vague, maybe. But yeah, cool stuff. I'm going to be hydrating. So you could do that as well if you want, gamers. Epic hydration moments. Were you hearing this earlier? Oh. Oh my god, this is like one of my favorite ones. From the Marias. I need to like go back and listen to albums and shit from people because up until recently I like wasn't aware that musicians were making albums and things. You know? Because literally growing up I have zero life experience even now. And growing up I used YouTube to watch Markiplier and things like that. And then I played video games. And then I went to school because I had to, which wasn't good for me in the slightest. Mostly the school thing, weirdly enough, but also video games and YouTube kind of messed me up as well. But um, I grew up on YouTube, and so I was like, YouTubers, you know? And musicians are kind of like YouTubers sometimes because they have YouTube channels, but they don't know how to like use the YouTube channels a lot of the time. Maybe that's just me being an idiot, but I guess this is just sort of a preference thing for musicians, probably. But like, they don't all like just upload like audios and shit of their albums as YouTube videos. Sometimes you have to go to the like weird releases tab thing that exists, or you have to use YouTube Music to find it or something. Um, and I don't know if I was really interested in albums, really, even. So that's strange and peculiar. So I actually didn't listen to too many albums. I just sort of was like, oh look, this person that I know and kind of like has released a new song on YouTube. And so I would listen to that, add it to my playlist and things. But then I just completely flipped. And mayhaps this is also because I like appreciate things with a lot more depth now, and I'm like mature and whatever. This song's cool, I think. What is this? Oh, Fantasy Part 2. Interesting song. I don't remember. I think I might like the first one more. I can't remember. They're interesting though. They're cool. Maybe I like this one more. This is cool. Um, but yeah, albums. So I just have random songs from albums, technically, from like the Marias and other people that I listen to. And Upsall, maybe? I don't know. There's a few albums like Upsall and IDK How and Billie Eilish, I guess, and people like that. There's a few people where I'm like, oh, they released an album. I'm going to listen to this, and I kind of just ended up adding all the songs randomly. But now I'm very much an album person, and I'm like, this person, sometimes then I'm like, I don't even know that much about, but I'm just gonna add their whole fucking album to my playlist and listen to it constantly. And then after a while, I'll probably be like, oh, if I don't like these songs, I'll get rid of them. And then that never happens. Because I kind of just love music. That's one thing about me is I kind of just love everything, you know? Like, if anyone like asks me to go do anything with them, I'm like, sure, why not? Because I kind of find interest in fun and things like that in everything because everything's super interesting and I love creating things just in general, which is why I am a psychopath and I want to learn guitar and Spanish and game dev and being a YouTuber and music and all sorts of things. So I'm the same way when I what? Let me enunciate. I'm the same way when I listen to music. Sometimes I say that I need to enunciate and I'm like, it wasn't even that bad, bro. You could have just kept going and I think people understood what you said. That might have been one of those times, but I might have also not said a single word in that like slurry of words that I just said. Who knows? Yeah, usually I'll just add a whole ass album and then what am I saying? I'll add a whole ass album and I'll end up loving it a lot. Like like that Claire Rosencrantz album. I was gonna go to it. I guess I can just click on my playlist here, titled Huge, because why not? This Claire Rosencrantz legendary freaking album. And I already liked all the singles, like Crazy Bitch Song and Jaden and Dancer, I think. A lot of these were singles, and Kiss and and Lucy, and that's it. So a lot of the songs were singles, but I do also love a lot of the ones that aren't. Like I Want to Be in Love So Bad, I think that one's a banger. Um Probably all of these, honestly. Chronic, I'm pretty sure is I was gonna say sucks. It doesn't. Um but it's sick as hell, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Also starts with an S and and other songs. Wait, Chronic might have also been a single. I just remember the like last single that came out. I was like, oh, we're pretty close to the album, and I kind of like listening to a whole ass album. I don't know if I like the concept of singles even. Kind of weird, kind of interesting because it doesn't make sense to me. If you're like making a whole album and you're like, oh, this is like a singular big juicy piece of work that I've created, spent all this time and energy to like tell this story. But if you release singles like a long time before you release the album, then like people listen to that, they get an idea of just that this like one little piece of a story or something, and they listen to that while they're living their life doing things, and they sort of come up with this maybe probably separate idea of what this single is, you know? If you release it on its own, it sort of takes on a different meaning. That's a cool way of saying what I'm trying to say. Um, so if I ever made an album, I'd just release the whole damn thing. Maybe not the whole damn thing. I always thought it'd be kind of interesting to just do a song, to release one song every week, you know? And of course, I'm a psychopath, so I'm like, if I ever did that, I would make a music video for every single one. Um, I just realized we can go forward in this because we did the things. Oh, and then head bob. Okay. Or didn't we already add that somewhere? Or am I crazy? It might be like way up. We added bob variables, but not head bob. Okay. So it could be cool to do the weekly thing, except not, because I was like, at first I thought it would be cool um, because I just sort of soak up information on the internet and regurgitate it like an idiot. But what am I saying? And so I don't know if I know what I'm saying. Yes, and so there's been like good TV shows and stuff that don't release all at once. So you can binge them, and people are like, "Oh, this is so cool. We have like something to talk about every week." And it like brings people together and whatnot. I'm like, that's really cool. I like that. Even though I don't really watch that much TV or movies or anything at all, except Fallout. I watched that relatively, although we kind of binged that slightly, but I wasn't watching it every week. Um, so people are doing that. So I was like, what if you did that with music though? Because then people would be talking about it. It'd be cool. They'd be like, oh look, the new um Juncture song. I don't know. Um, I was gonna say shout out people going through the archives right now. If I ever do become rich and famous, because um there's technically I was like, oh, way in the distant future, I could do music, and I do know mostly what that would look like and what the like artist slash musician name would be, and I kind of just almost blurted it out. Um, so it wouldn't be juncture music, but that does exist, and look at me referencing it here. That's cool. Um, I guess Crone also knows that. Shout out Crone. Um, what am I saying? Music, music. Yeah, originally I thought that could be an interesting idea, but then I was like, technically it's doing the same thing as singles, just I guess slightly shorter time span, so maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna take on a different meaning each week, and also depending on how long the album is, that's like a couple months of releasing songs. So maybe not every week, maybe bi-weekly or something. And um, I don't know. Maybe that would accidentally do the same thing where it's sort of taking on a different meaning, or maybe it would be like revealing the story because at least then it's in like chronological order. If I'm like, oh, here's the first song, come back next week slash a few days from now, maybe, um, to get the next one, you know, like slowly revealing it. This song's incredible, dude. Even though it kind of reminds me of my least favorite game of all time, Darksiders 3, because it was a sequel to my two favorite games, and it was horrible. The worst game ever created. I'm kidding, it wasn't. It wasn't the worst game ever created, but it kind of was, because the first two were so insanely good and awesome, and the third one was like very, granted, it was different people working on it, but it wasn't very Darksiders-esque at all. It really kind of sucked and strayed way too far away, and legitimately kind of wasn't made in the greatest way possible. Like lots of weird bugs, kinda. And well, I mean, more than kinda because I was playing it and I completely soft locked myself. Is that what people say? I don't actually know what that word means. Um, but basically I'm stuck forever. And I actually can't play the game anymore because I broke the game so entirely that I can't even do anything. I can watch a cutscene and then I'm just stuck randomly in a little arena thing. And there's like no enemies or anything that appears, even though it's supposed to. So good job, people who made that game. But they're making a fourth one, and I'm a little bit horrified, but also it could be the greatest fucking thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Um, Honestly, I think just a new Darksiders game might be the greatest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life anyway. But if it sucks, it's also gonna be horrible. Like, if it sucks, I'm gonna have the single greatest day of my entire life right before the single worst day of my entire life. Because it's gonna come out and like, this is sick as fuck, I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna download it, I'm gonna start playing it. And then I'm gonna be like, this sucks. Why have you done this to me? Why have you forsaken me? And then we're gonna, I don't know. And then I'm gonna just loathe everything, you know? What's even the point of going on after that? If the fourth Darksiders game sucks, like, will I have any more will to live after that? Oh, I haven't even written this, Ed Bob. T_Bob. So I'm so glad that this randomly decided to work here. Unlike the first time I did it. Granted, it's taken us 3 hours to get to basically nowhere. But you know what, gamers? We haven't gotten nowhere because I dropped a little bit of lore, kinda. I've been doing that recently because I don't really care that much. I used to be super secretive and I was super paranoid and I'm like, oh, I have to wait. And I have to um wait until it becomes something super cool and awesome. It needs to be a spectacle. It can't just be me talking about this random spectacle in my brain that doesn't exist. But then I was like, why the fuck not, dude? You know? There's barely any people in these streams, but when there is, shout out to them and they um can be they get this special little lore and whatnot. And me yapping about nothing. Yeah, we didn't get nowhere because I yapped about some cool stuff kinda. I think the worst thing about making Twitch VODs is they're so long and no one's ever gonna watch these. But sometimes I say really cool stuff. And I'm like, dang, that's cool. I could like make a whole ass video on that or something. But I don't. I could make a whole ass video on anything. I'm just now remembering that right before stream, I was like pacing around and I was like, oh, I need to go wash my face and stuff. So I'm gonna go do that. But while I was pacing around and while I was washing my face, I fully just like came up with the idea of like for some show or movie or something, and it was so cool. And I was like, dude, what? And I hate that I do that. Every time I like hear a cool song where I'm like, oh, this would go good in this random show that I'm gonna completely come up with right now. And they're all so cool though. Which is why I deserve to live forever, guys. Because if I could live forever, I could make all the things that I come up with. And it would be awesome and cool. Oops. Delta times something. Velocity.length. Langeth times float. It's crashing again? It's crashing again? It's all over? It might actually crash this time randomly for some reason. I actually don't know why it's doing that. You know what? Maybe it. Never mind. It's probably because my computer is streaming right now and it's just this silly little gaming laptop. And I got my big fat juicy Epic Gamer mic plugged in, which says RGB, which is annoying. And then I got my Epic Gamer mouse plugged in, which says RGB, which is annoying. You know? I'm just an Epic Gamer through and through. Is on floor. We did it, gamers. We made it one more line forward. That's kind of crazy. Camera.transform. I honestly feel kind of bad if I do get rich and famous and people are going through the archives and trying to, I was gonna say find gold, but also trying to cancel me or something. Um, which I made it easy for the people trying to cancel me because I did two different streams where I was trying to get canceled, you know? Um, so yeah, I feel bad for them because it's truly, you gotta sift through so much absolute garbage of me saying and pausing and saying drink water. That's not garbage, you know? People going through the archives gotta drink water too. And I suppose none of this means anything if I don't ever get rich and famous. I almost feel bad for saying that because there's shout out Small Boss Dev, I guess. Talking about that person about Lauren and being rich and famous. Because like I think when I say rich and famous, I don't know if it means rich and famous to me necessarily. And I don't know if I just sound like a dick or if I'm um I don't know, maybe it's not coming across. Is anything coming across? Because I feel like I'm very socially inept and I don't know anything at all. So I don't know if anything I say ever makes sense or things like that. Why can I not? Okay. Oh wait, we didn't finish doing anything because why does this not work? Function head bob not found in base self. Okay. Function head bob. Oh, because he's writing it currently. That's what this is. My dumbass. Function head bob. It's underscore head bob. I think coding like this is so interesting. The way you can like just make functions and like plug those into code and shit. This is so fascinating to me. And this is like a variable of a variable kinda. I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense. It's weird. It's so um what's the word I'm thinking of? Interchangeable kinda? Not really. It's so modular, sort of. You know? You can just make whatever you want. You can code the way you want. Essentially making up words and other bullshit. Kinda sick as hell. And then weird arrow into vector 3. Nope, there's not a thing there. It's just vector 3. Vector 3.0. Dot, okay, fascinating. My nose is so itchy right now. I don't know why. Look at this, gamers. We're technically following along now. Except I'm just gonna make it go two times. I might just skip. Nope.
From
Never mind.
-1 to 1 like sine, it will go from negative amplitude to amplitude.
Shit. Yo, Young Blood. I also didn't listen to this album. 2023. That was me. That was a year where I still wasn't an album person, weirdly. Which was only, dude, what? I was just gonna say that was 2 years ago. It was literally 3 now. That's Depression Spaghetti, dude. And 2020 was 6 years ago, but don't know if I should be saying that. Kind of a depressing fact. I don't know about depressing because um it's kind of cool to be like far away from 2020 because it was kind of a horrible year. But also like that was an iconic year. That was like very we were like living in that. You know, we were like What's the world's falling apart? What is even happening? This is just existence now, apparently. And now it's 2026, and everything is unfortunately kind of not even back to the way it was. It's actually way worse now. Not worse than COVID, because lots of people were dying due to the pandemic. I don't know, lots of people are dying now. Maybe I shouldn't be so depressing. I'll blame it on Youngblood. And I like, um, speaking on this tutorial, I like how much more, like, easily modular this is. Like, I was talking about, hey, yo, you had your appointment? Let's freaking go, dude. Did they, like, give you drugs? Or was it not, was it, like, the appointment where they give you drugs? Or were they just, like, inspecting your aura, you know? And then they're gonna call you back or something. Was it legendary? Did you win $1 million? Did you, was it everything you'd hoped it would be and it was going to save your life? Yeah, I was saying this is so much easily modular because it's literally, you can change bob frequency and shit up here, constants and variables. And the shit I downloaded before was just confusing to look at. Like, I guess for people who weren't here the whole time and don't like get what any of this means, this little bit here might look kind of confusing. But it was like so many colors. Like there's like these on ready functions here, but there was on ready functions in the other thing that were like lines upon lines. It was really scary. And it was just not as modular as it said that it would be. So that was unfortunate. But this one's real simple and cool. And then return position. Dude, let's fucking go. Billie Eilish. I asked her to be my friend several years ago. She has not responded since. Or not responded at all. This is I've said this before, mayhaps. Um Free idea for people who make music streaming platforms, but if I could like chain together certain songs, because Skinny transitions into Lunch, and every time I hear Skinny, like it starts transitioning, and I'm like, oh wait, I want this to like transition fully. I want this to come to fruition. Even though it's YouTube music and shit doesn't load ahead of time, which means it completely ruins transitions because there is a pause where it loads for a second. But every time Skinny comes on, I have to put Lunch in front of it. Even if I'm going 90 down the highway in my car, you know? Not my car, actually, but if I'm driving going 90 down the highway, I gotta pull my phone out of my pocket, you know? And pull up YouTube Music and search Billie Eilish Lunch and hit play next. And hopefully there's no cars around me at all. And if they are there, then that's their problem. They better get out of the way, you know? Because I'm going 90 on the highway and I don't know how to drive. Actually knowing about rules of driving and stuff is kind of cool because I learned that you literally can go 90 on the highway, at least where I live, because it's pretty freaking awesome if you're passing a car and the speed limit is above 55. then you can go at least, or not, but at most, I think, 15 miles above the speed limit, dude. Which means if the speed limit is 80 miles per hour and I'm quote unquote passing someone, I'm doing this all the time. I'm kidding, I don't ever speed, usually. Um, but if I am in fact quote unquote passing someone, then technically speaking, legally, I can go 95 miles per hour. Damn, that's insane. That's so fast. I dislike going 80, kind of. I kind of just dislike driving in general, but it's whatever. This was 3 letters. Why did I not just type that out? Was this here for ages, Cronin? I just didn't realize, and now you're gone forever. Um, Epic appointment moments. Mayhaps you didn't hear when I said, was it legendary? Was it awesome? Or you don't care because I'm annoying. Um, or you're just doing other stuff, you know? I don't, no one's obligated to speak to me and things like that because I'm annoying and hard to have a conversation with. Legitimately in real life, I'm probably hard to have a conversation with because my brain sort of turns off. Damn it. See, it started transitioning and then there was that little pause there. But now we're listening to Lunch, so that's cool. And then Super Lonely by Benny. Makeshift Cure. Don't remember that song, but it might be kind of cool. Couples Therapy? Let's freaking go. Epic Gamer. Dude, wait. Todd, that's like one of my favorite songs from that album.
The result is a pretty good head bob, but if you're looking for a bit more realism, we can also add a horizontal component to this since our head is also moving left and right when we're walking. This time we're going to assign the position x component to the cosine of time, or t-bob, times bob
Okay,
frequency
let's
divided by
go.
2. Still keeping up?
See, I
On
don't
to
know what any
plugin.
of this means, because this is like math and shit. Low key, I think like sine and cosine,
By this by bob
that's like
amplitude.
math I could have learned if I didn't drop out of high school. Like, that's like calculus kind of stuff, right? I don't know about calculus. I don't know. I don't even know what calculus is. It's like, to me, as someone who dropped out in like the first year, technically like the second, I think. I don't know. But as someone who dropped out before I got to all that, it's kind of just like a myth to me. Like calculus is just like this mythical thing. And because I just got a GED, which was way easier and way better. Like they literally just ask you like semi-basic math and other things. Like, and maybe this is me being an asshole because I've always been like a quote unquote gifted kid, and that wasn't good for my mental health, but it made it real easy to get straight A's without really trying that hard. And and so and so everyone was super surprised. And they were like celebrating me. They're like, that's so cool, that's awesome when I went in to get my GED. And usually it's like this whole process. Like you have to keep going to this place and like doing these like practice test things and like doing other stuff. And then you do the like real tests and things. I went there like honestly probably like 4 or 5 times. Cause it's like I think it's just like 4 tests that you do. And I would go there, I would do the practice test. I was like sick nasty, I did good. Let me do the real test. And then I did the real test and then I passed on that. And then I just did that several times. And then I got it. And everyone was like, you're so cool and awesome. And I was like, I don't know if this was even like objectively that difficult necessarily. Um, I get that a lot of people don't really care, or they don't, or no, yeah, they don't care about that stuff as much. And so it's like hard for them to like learn, and it's like confusing and weird. But I'm like, I think it's interesting. I like learning things. It's kind of crazy that I just like everything. Like I like creating things. I like I like learning things like science. Loki was my favorite um whatchamacallit, subject. That's what I would say anyway. And then everything was my least favorite subject after a while. But
as
yeah, it's
well.
pretty sick as hell. Is this? I probably already did that mistake and then had to go back here, but let's add this weird little exposition thing that we're doing. Position.x equals something else. Bob underscore frequency. Is this just the same thing? Because I didn't even realize I probably could have just copy pasted it. Oh, divided by 2. Fascinating. Okay. And then Bob amplitude. The amplitude of someone named Bob.
Wow.
And then it should be pretty freaking legendary and awesome. And I guess I should probably check if it is legendary and awesome. Let us run this bitch. I don't know why I said that, but that's what we're doing. Yes, dude. And I think my game, the head bob is going to be significantly more subtle than this because I just want it to be like a chill. I'm saying chill like it's not supposed to be scary and horrifying. But you know, it's just chill. It's a chill horror game, like vibes. And I realized I was talking about Iron Lung earlier, and I was like, it's not going to be anything like that, but I think it's similar vibes, like industrial, maybe esque, maybe similar color scheme, spooky little monsters, but also I'm just copying The Last of Us for one of the monsters, kind of. Which is interesting. Maybe somewhat, kind of. I guess it seems like it could possibly exist in The Last of Us, minus maybe a lot of like fungus and things, but just sort of the way. Maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe. Because I'm thinking now, back to Last of Us Part 2, and you're playing as Abby. And there's that big, large, spooky one. And it's like, holy fuck. That shit was horrifying, dude. The Last of Us Part 2 is literally the greatest piece of media I've ever consumed in my entire life. You know? I've ever experienced. And that's very much not a lot of people's opinions. Wait, can I sprint yet? I can't. We're not that far into the tutorial. This is cool. You know, we got a head bob. I guess I can make it more subtle now, just to get closer to what am I? Oh,
For a lot
okay.
of games. Now let's add sprinting to make sure that our bob looks good at different player speeds. To do that, we'll change what we set up
Yes,
to velocity
sprinting.
to end this.
And sprinting, we're gonna have sprinting in the game. I think one thing this guy doesn't do is crouch, I'm pretty sure. And I don't think that's gonna be too insanely difficult, but it might ruin my entire life and or day. Especially, I don't know. Especially if I'm just getting it separate from this, then it might not jive too well with the code this guy's come up with here. What song is this? Oh, this is Makeshift Cure. I actually don't remember what this is. It sounds kind of cool though. There's actually, oh, that's what this is because I left this thing open. That's why everything looks so scary. Return position. Yep. And then we got to continue watching.
Since we now want our speed to depend on whether we pressed shift or not, it has to be a variable. So let's create.
See, this is what I mean by he goes through later and changes a bunch of things, which is kind of confusing and a little bit annoying because I can't just pause and copy everything because now I gotta do this lowercase and make it a damn variable, apparently. Did I just say apparently twice? I don't know.
Create a speed variable and change our speed constant name to walk speed, as well as create a new constant called
Oh, right.
Sprint speed.
We need
back
two
to
separate
the
walk speed and
physics
sprint speeds. Fascinating. Why did he cut so quick here? Like, let me see what you're fucking typing, bro. Let me copy off your work for a second, okay? Variable speed equals something. I don't remember what he put. Nope, it's just speed. Okay. And then, where did he put the other things? Okay. Nope, not what I was trying to do. And then constant. Is this one the walk speed? Walk speed? No, this one is supposed to be the other one. It's fine, dude. It's whatever. 5.0. These are probably way too fast anyway. You know what? Screw it. This one is the run speed or sprint speed. Sprint underscore speed. It's just 5. That might even still be too high. And then walk speed is going to be, I don't know, like half of that? Don't want it to be half of that? What about 2? 2.0. That's similar to half. What am I doing? This
In
guy.
the physics process, we will run a check on whether the player has pressed
Yes,
shift or
physics
not, and then set our
process.
speed variable to either sprint
Love
speed
me a
or
good
walk speed.
physics
With that all together,
process.
we
Fuck. And too fast? What the fuck happened here? YouTube compression? Please? Did the quality just go down? I don't know. Handle sprint, doing that in the physics process, which is somewhere. Physics process. Is this where you put it? Hopefully, because this is where I'm putting it. Fuck. Wrong button. Sometimes I just mix up which side of the keyboard a certain symbol is on. Because I hit shift and I went up with my middle finger, but then I hit this little asterisk here. And it's just the same on the other side, but it's to get the hashtag thing. I don't think this is interesting in the slightest. I think that's just common. People do that, right? Like hitting T instead of Y. That's a common mistake. Yes, handle sprint. That's what we're doing. Don't know why to check, but okay. If, oops, input underscore, is that what it even was? No. Dot is underscore. Action pressed. Why is it not suggesting a thing? What did I do? Oh, okay. And then sprint, which doesn't exist yet. Because I forgot to add that. I'm guessing here. Project settings. Okay, sprint. And then I guess, no, this is the wrong search bar. Did I? No. It's this one. Okay. Sprinteroni. And then just for the sake of future me, you're welcome, future me. Oops. Let's spell it wrong. Let's just add a crouch for whenever I decide to do that. Shift. We did it, gamers. And then crouch is going to exist eventually. And then I guess if I'm adding crouch, I probably should add the other, like left mouse button, right mouse button. Because those two buttons for sure are going to be in the video game. Those are like the main buttons, you know? Because I guess I don't know why I'm not hiding this necessarily, but it's hard to see over here, but I have already named this the name of the game, potentially the working name. Because I was like, oh, this is a cool, oh, that's right, it's not even gonna run if it sucks. Oh, but it's gonna show me the name of it. Look, it says Fear the Blade, which at first I was like, that's a really cool name, and it makes sense. with the concept of the game and everything. But then I was like, oh, is that weird? Does it sounds slightly weird? And then I was thinking of other names, and I was like, I don't know if I can think of anything better for now. Maybe when I'm done with the game or more done with the game, I'll think of a name that is better and cool and fits and like is perfect and good. But maybe not. Maybe it'll just be called Fear the Blade. I guess shout out VOD watchers who might know at this point in time. I'm speaking too quietly sometimes. That's fine. Doja Cat. This is a cool album cover art thing and a cool album, I guess, just in general. But yes, we're doing Sprinteroni. Sprint speed equals sprint speed. Wait, sprint equals sprint speed? Speed equals sprint speed. Okay. Yoink. And then else. Speed equals walk speed. Pretty simple stuff here, gamers. Except maybe not. Maybe this is super confusing and horrible to look at. I think I kind of understand it because even back in the day, in middle school and high school and stuff, anytime I could choose an elective, well, technically every time I can choose an elective, I chose every single one because I've just been saying that this whole stream that I just like everything and I like creating and stuff. So I know a little bit about, and this, I sometimes I forget that this is also why I'm always saying I'm a jack of all trades that doesn't actually know any trades because back then in middle school and high school, I would always pick everything. And so I've taken like sewing classes and cooking classes and like wood shop things and um and like coding slash the proper name for it. I don't digital not I don't remember what it's called, but like yeah, coding and making games and shit. So generally I understand what an if else statement is. It's like if this thing's happening, do this. If that thing's not happening, do this other thing. You know? What is this doing? Who knows? Yes, speed equals walk speed. Walk speed. Identifier input not declared in the current scope. Bro, what? Oh, hang on. This is supposed to be capital, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Now it's green, which is good. Oh, I was like, what am I supposed to be doing?
Together,
Continuing
we
the
now
video.
run like the wind in our game. But let's look closer at some other mechanics. Specifically, there's an issue
This
with
guy
the
can't
jump
jump
where
onto a
we can
second block,
stop
I'm pretty sure.
immediately while in the air if we let go of the movement button. So let's
Oh,
fix
yeah.
that by adding a little bit of
Momentum,
game. We're going to do this
gamers.
by only giving the player full control of the
That's
horizontal movement
important.
when they are on the
Bro, what the fuck is he doing? I was like, oh yes, momentum. This is gonna be so cool and awesome. And it's just getting more complicated by the second. Like before, never mind. I'm gonna say the thing I was gonna say anyway, but it's probably not true. But before, people might have looked at me watching this thing and looking over here, and they're like, this isn't too complicated. Maybe not that, but they were thinking that they could watch this. I don't know. Back when it was just a little bit of text here, but mostly blank. But there's also text here because the chat and then all this random bullshit around it. Um, that's one thing about learning new softwares and stuff is that your eyeballs can't help but look at every fucking thing that's on screen. But I've trained myself, I'm just looking at this little rectangle here. Like, if anything, I should just be streaming this rectangle. But I'm not doing that because I'm stupid. I could actually, um, I don't know, have this be less scary and like me just switching between all these different things. And I could have like other things happening.
floor when they are in the
Not that did not make sense what I just said, but I could think of a way to arrange things. I could use a game capture maybe on Godot and literally just have this rectangle because I'm coding, and then have that be in a corner of the screen and chat be somewhere, and then have the little YouTube video be somewhere, and my PNG tuber. But that's also a lot and is scary. So you guys see what I'm saying. Display capture, which is horrifying because I can't dox myself, but I could. Well, that's debatable. Because I do in fact have a resume. Shout out, um, trying to be employed, and it doesn't work ever for some reason. But there is in fact a resume somewhere downloaded on my computer, and I have obviously thought of this. It's like hidden in a folder somewhere, and so it's not a problem. But it's a possibility that I could dox myself and I could go to that. And I think there's just pictures of myself. And actually, I have a cringy little podcast that I do every week where I yap for a little bit, usually without any sort of mask on, because sometimes I'm drawing and I can't draw with a mask on. So there's fully just video files of my whole entire face on my computer as well. So that wouldn't be good. So I have to maintain being a skinless, faceless YouTuber. So I should have followed along more because I don't actually know where he's adding this. It's this, I think. Yeah, because he did some weird bullshit where okay, this makes sense to me. Hang on, watch this, gamers. He just did if is on floor, and then yoink, and then he selected, was it just this? He might have already had more code that I forgot to add or something because, no, never mind, it was just that. And then he added a second else. See, this is where I'm like, people who make like complicated and good games and shit, it truly is just this. Because I've kind of done similar stuff to this in Dreams PS4, and I guess if you're building it up and you know how to code and things, it makes sense to you, but it's like if it's if else statements inside of if else statements, and it's really horrifying to look at. Um but yeah. Dreams PS4, I haven't really done much any for a long time, but I used to try to make games in that thing. And some of them are sick as hell. Truly, the ideas are so cool that I'm like, I should just like pay someone who knows how to make games to make them into actual games or something because they're really cool. There was one where I tried to make a bow and arrow thing, but it was like a puzzle game, and so I don't know. I'm not going to try to explain it, but it was the most complicated fucking thing I've ever made in my entire life. Because a bow and arrow is actually it's not good. Like in real life, a bow and arrow is like a bendy stick thing that you put another stick on with like a string, and then it launches the arrow, the stick or whatever. But in video games, it's the worst because I had to make like a bunch of different arrows, and they're like invisible and they teleport and all this weird bullshit. It's kind of crazy and hard to look at, but it made sense to me because I built that up from the ground up, kind of. And I think I give a lot of this credit to Dreams PS4, and maybe it deserves it because it's awesome and cool, but it might have just been because I had been doing it for years and understood it. But I didn't really look up tutorials for Dreams PS4 like I'm doing here for Godot because I don't know Godot. Like I could just figure shit out. You know, it's got cool like visual scripting shit. And I guess lots of trial and error as well because I fully like started coming up with systems to do certain things because I would constantly be starting games and then um and then giving up on them immediately. Also, watch this game. You're super funny and awesome. I'm kidding. Oops. I can unban Crone? That's cool. I don't think that would do anything. Else? Else velocity, gamers. That's what we're doing. Oops, don't know how to spell velocity. Velocity.
Air, we are instead going to interpolate towards the desired velocity using the lerp
Dude,
function, which
lerp?
changes our speed incrementally. This function takes
What does
three
lerp
variables,
even
initial
mean?
initial velocity, then our target velocity, and the final one is the decimal percentage of the distance between.
And Dreams required less math. At least the way I was doing it, because the way I was doing it was super janky and weird. Which is what I was saying earlier, you know? I kind of exist the same in every aspect of my life, but like in Dreams, I would be going against the grain as well and doing shit that's super janky and weird because some people, and I know this because sometimes for very specific things I would look up tutorials and people were using math and shit. They were using calculators, treating Dreams and the coding in that like actual coding. I was not doing that. I was using like 10,000 keyframes and other shit that you probably shouldn't do. But it worked in the end. I mean, worked up until I gave up on all the games that I tried to make. Which is why I'm significantly more confident in this actual game that I'm making here. Because I spent all those years trying to make these big, fat, juicy, massive games that were truly insanely ambitious. Like, impossibly ambitious. I was comparing myself to like AAA games trying to make my own version of Darksiders. And obviously that shit was not going to work because that's the perfect game. I can't make a perfect game for my first game. Granted, I don't think Darksiders is like a perfect game. I do acknowledge that weirdly it's like kind of underground a little bit. It's got like a cult following, if you will, but it's cool. I like it a lot, but maybe that's just because I played it constantly as a small child. Oh, Lerparoni, Velocity.x. Wait, which speed are we timesing this by? Because then we got a lowercase speed and an uppercase. Or, no, we don't. Never mind. Yeah, Darksiders is legendary, but I do acknowledge that it is a little bit janky and a bit strange, but I don't know, the more I guess just recently I've been getting recommended videos on YouTube where people talk about Darksiders or they like play it for the first time or something. And all the comments are pretty freaking positive. They're like, these games are legendary and awesome and cool. And they are. And I always thought they were based on comic books, which I'm pretty sure they are. Because there are Darksiders comic books, but I watched this little video essay about it, and someone was like, these games were pretty popular. They even got comic books about the games. And I do believe they did other comic books like kind of based on the games as well. Because there's a comic book called Darksiders 2. And it wouldn't be called that if it was just a comic book. So it is like from the video game. But I'm pretty sure there were comic books before that as well. Maybe similar at similar times and things. Like I was watching this show and I fucking love this song. Epic song here. Look, more songs loaded. Okay, sometimes YouTube music just randomly loops because I was like, have we heard these before? And it's just gonna do On and On by Joe. Let's fucking go. That rhymes. Yeah, Darksiders epic comic book moments. And it's weird how much of Darksiders is literally just the style of the artist who like drew the comics and stuff. Because I don't know how to say his last name, but it's Joe Matt. It's like Matt. I actually don't even know. I don't even remember how it's spelled or anything. So I can't help you if you want to know how this random niche artist that you maybe probably don't know, if you want to know how to say his last name, but Joe Mad basically. And one time on the internet, I saw like a screenshot. It was like Pinterest or something. So I was just like, oh shit, is this Darksiders art? Let's freaking go. And I looked at it and it looked like Darksiders 2. The main guy you're playing as against the main guy that you're fighting. And I was like, dude, let's freaking go. And I was looking at the art. I'm like, this is so cool. Analyzing it, looking at all the pretty colors and shapes and things. And then I was like, wait, what do you mean, bro? That's not what the villain looks like. And then I was like, dude, this is literally, it's just Spider-Man. It was literally Spider-Man, like versus Venom, like a screenshot from a comic, um, drawn by Joe Matt, that same artist. And so I was like, shit, this is just Spider-Man, but also like, that's kind of cool and awesome that he sort of draws everything in that style, even if it is in fact Spider-Man and Venom. And I was like, oh shit, that wasn't even Darksiders. Is this interesting in the slightest? Maybe. Times 2.0.
The two
And then we're
variables that we
watching
want to cover in
more of this
these
video.
steps.
And I believe
So
he...
delta variable
Oh,
is usually around 0.05. Multiplying it by 2 would make our current velocity move toward the target velocity by...
shit. As we're copying it over, just going yoink. And then it's crashing, it's all over. 4-5. Let's fucking go, it didn't crash. Bro, what? I copied an empty space? How does that even happen? So I guess that started crashing when I copied it or something? And you changed it to Z, right? Yeah, basically just the same thing but Z.
by 10% each tick. Now when we let go of the movement button midair, we won't just stop right there. You can play around with this value to figure out how much control you want while you're airborne, but I eventually...
Oh, I just remembered I said earlier that the game probably isn't even gonna have a jump in it, so I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this random
Another thing we can do
jump
is fix that
momentum
running
bullshit.
stop mechanic that wasn't quite working in the character template. Just ramp
Bro, what? Wait, what is he doing?
for airborne, but I
He's just going back and fully...
eventually settled on delta times 3. Another thing we can do is fix that running stop mechanic that wasn't quite working in the character template. Just ramp up a little how fast we come to a stop here, and bam, inertia done.
Okay. I understand. This is important. So I guess it's good that I kept watching this video um and did this, you know? So truly just copy the same thing over but change the numbers. Okay. That's very easy for me. Let's freaking go. Yo, Mary Spender? See, I also gotta mayhaps purchase this album. Mary Spender's got a new album that she's doing. kind of sick as hell. But I think Mary Spender might be the artist that is like the furthest out of my comfort zone, I guess, or just sort of my taste in music. This is like on the outskirts of it because I mean, this stuff is a lot more like she's using an electric guitar here and um and it sounds really cool and awesome. Like this album or EP or whatever. Crazy photo to just be that close. That's kind of but this freaking not EP. Where's bro, why does YouTube music kind of suck a lot of the time? But this album that this all the what is this? It's called Super Sexy Heartbreak. Oh wait, I just remembered she uploaded all the singles like every month question mark? I think something like that. So maybe it's formatted weird, but um this album Super Sexy Heartbreak is a little bit interesting. But because it's a lot more acoustic and she's got real deep voice and it's kind of interesting and strange the way she sings sometimes. Um and so it almost seems like something I wouldn't listen to. But some of the songs are sick as hell, dude. Like actually I don't even did I forget to add the whole album? Because oh, it's a playlist right here. She's kind of a YouTuber actually, you know? Um Church Bell because this song's a banger. I have other songs. I know for sure these. And I thought I added the whole album, but maybe not. But this song's a banger. I guess I could have hit play next on it. I'm going to actually. Because that's kind of what I was just yapping about, you know? We got this that's like a bit more modern and electric and things like that. But this one's more acoustic and like classic. I don't even know. I don't know that much about music, but more, just more classic, old fashioned, like band esque music. I don't think that's what I'm trying to say, but who knows? Let us see if this number was good for the deceleration thing. Um, well, head bob needs to be significantly decreased. Oh wait, I can't really tell what's. Oh wait, no, we're slowing down a little bit. That's crazy, dude. That's some insane game feel stuff. Because I did install. I was talking about playing around with the asset library earlier and installing various character controllers, and some of them were truly felt like an arcade game or something, like super old and horrible. And you would just like move forward a little bit and then stop immediately. But I guess I shouldn't have closed it because I'm going to yap about how this works. But even just that little bit of deceleration is insane for the game feel. Like looking at the corner of this little box, the way it sort of moves slightly, or the way I'm moving slightly, I guess. You know? Dude, insane. Then I'm also remembering we do some weird FOV thing where when you sprint, there's like a zoom. Um, but yeah, the sprint. Maybe this isn't too quick, but I don't I don't think I really want to make environments that are absolutely massive, so I think we got to make the sprint slower so that the rest of the environment feels larger, you know? So you can't get around so easily. And so people are spooked out and they're dying and things. So let's adjust some things like sprint speed. Maybe it's just 3.0. That might be too little. 3.3. Interesting number to pick, but I don't know. So let's go. It's playing. Church bell. but it's just the little like hook thing. It's real catchy and whatnot. The what's it called? Hook chorus type thing, and the guitar, I guess. I love the little like quick finger style-esque guitar. And I'm also now realizing that this one actually is an acoustic and this is fully an electric guitar, but that's fine. Right, the bob frequency might be able to stay the same, but amplitude, literally let's change it all the way down to 5, because that's crazy. That's not crazy. I don't know. Let's just see what that does. Okay. Okay. Let's fucking go, dude. This is the like classic janky indie horror game that I'm looking for. This like head bob. Like this is the kind of thing that's going to get me onto that Markiplier video. 3 scary games, gamers. Might even have to be a 4 scary games if if my video game's horrible and short and whatever. Sometimes he does that, I think. Sometimes it's like a lot of scary horror games, isn't it? Maybe. Sometimes he does a stream where he's um doing stuff, playing like a ton of horror games and things. Um I actually have no clue what I was doing. Oh, wait. Am I just watching more of the video? Because we adjusted the speed to be kind of all right, except I wasn't really paying attention to the sprint speed. Or did I already check if that was cool and awesome? I'd say yeah, except I don't know if we can. Oh, we can jump to this. Okay. Not that matters. I just sort of figured I'd check. Um, yeah, the speed we can maybe adjust, or maybe I don't know. I guess this is something else to decide later. This is like creative decision type stuff, but I don't know if I want the head bob to be more like super intense when you're sprinting to sort of give off that spooky vibe, invoking panic and grossness, you know? Did I? Oh, I was fully like, did I open something new? That thing that was fully just opened? Because everything got scarier. It wasn't just one line of things. I like it when it's one line of things, and sometimes it's not, which is scary. Like when um, I don't even know. What do I do? I remember sometimes I'll stream like editing, I think, because I also need File Explorer open to insert Vine booms and things, which I don't have to do. I know on DaVinci you can like import, um, I don't remember what they're called, but these like folder things just full of all your stuff. Just be like, hey, DaVinci, pull from this folder in File Explorer or this hard drive or whatever, and then all your stuff is there. But then I'm like, I don't know, it's already in File Explorer. I can just drag it in. It's not too hard to do. But then I started streaming, and now it's not going to be a nice little single line here of things. It's going to be like 8 things stacked on top of each other. Also, my knees not feeling the greatest because I stand up the entire time that I'm live streaming for some reason. Um, and I was thinking the other day because I did a silly little Fortnite live stream, and to do that, it's really annoying and it sucks because I have to set up my capture card and all that, and I have to like move my room around slightly. But there's also something legendary, which is that I can sit down the whole time because I'm playing video games on my PlayStation, you know, instead of standing here on my computer. So yeah, maybe I should do more capture card streams. And I guess I do just have more interesting games on my PlayStation, maybe. Oh, I just realized something real cool we could do. Something real fun that I mentioned I should do several months ago, like many months ago. I was like, oh, I have this cool idea. I could play the game Skate because no one told me that was free. Also, I have not been paying attention in the slightest. We just crossed 4 hours. It's 6:04 a.m. for me. Let's go. Or wait, that might be slightly worrisome. Like maybe I should, I don't know. We can go for it. Never mind. That's not that worrisome. We can go for a while longer. Quite a while longer, probably. I just showed that whole visualizer basically, and YouTube is gonna get mad at me. That's what I get for zoning out. Not zoning out, but like yapping and things. So I did all this. I'm just yapping when I could be
There's one last thing I want to do
watching
is to
this
set the
video.
controller up, and that's changing the camera field of view depending on
Yes,
the
dude,
character.
FOV
For this, we want to use two
variables.
constants, the base FOV.
Right below Bob variables. See, that's why I put all these, because it's easier to understand things. Because apparently this tutorial was a lot more complicated than I thought it was. But still not too complicated, so I'm happy about that. FOV variables. I'm assuming the first thing is going to be a variable. It's a constant. Would you look at that? Fuck.
FOV, which you could change to a variable if
I don't know why I
set
didn't
FOV
just
in your
keep
game, as well as
going.
FOV change,
And
which will
then,
multiply by our speed and add.
oh, shit. I guess because variables don't take that long to add. Okay, base FOV. Equals 75.0. Neither of these are variables. Do constants count as variables? Are they like a type of variable? I don't think so. Constants are constants, you know? Because they're just a number that stays that way. Except I actually don't even know. I know I was kind of talking about earlier how I somewhat know about coding and things and I understand what's happening, but I don't at all in the slightest. So that's interesting. 1.5. That's probably too much as well for my silly little horror game.
And add to our base FOV. In the physics process, we will be setting a local target FOV variable to this equation, which is base FOV plus FOV change multiplied by velocity clamp. The reason why we want to clamp our
Probably shouldn't
velocity
have
is
my
to make sure
mouse
that our FOV doesn't look so
directly
crazy when
in
we're
the
falling,
middle of
but
the
our
screen.
velocity.
I'm just going to skip forward. Sorry, gamer, but I'm just trying to copy paste your tutorial here. Okay, and that's fully just the last thing. So after this, oh shit, I was just talking about we've been going for quite a long time, so mayhaps I can do a little outro, which is going to be several hours long, right after we finish this. I don't remember what is this? FOV something? FOV, just FOV. Okay. Variable velocity clamped. What just happened? I fucked something up. What is happening? Why is... Okay. Strange. Equals clamp velocity dot length. Sprint underscore speed times 2. Base FOV plus FOV change. It fully devolved into me not saying a single thing, but that's all right. I kind of like this, you know? Kind of a banger of a song happening. Kind of found it through unfortunate means, but that's all right. I like it. Bass FOV change, even though it's slightly repetitive sometimes. It sucks when a song like has such a cool little like riff or instrument thingy. Again, I don't know how music actually works, but it sucks when it's so cool and you're like, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, and it's randomly for no reason like 6 minutes long. And it's kind of just the same thing for like 17 bars. And it's like, oh, fascinating choice. And sometimes this song is like that if I hear it too much, but this song's sick as hell. You know? Oh, I was already okay. Velocity clamp. And then camera.fov. Now I'm remembering this tutorial, weirdly enough. Like now that we're at the end, I'm like, oh, I actually remember even just the same like shapes of just this little thing here at the end, and I don't know. It's strange. Lerp camera.fov. Is that correct? Yes. Target FOV. And then delta times something. And then I think delta is like,
Distance that
I
we
don't know
want
what
to
delta is actually.
cover. And
I'm probably gonna have to adjust these
with
numbers and
that, our
things.
character controller is complete.
Oh, wait. That doesn't seem too crazy. That's like kind of subtle. But you do that, run the thing if it doesn't crash Godot. And every time I sprint, why? I broke something? Okay, I fully just broke sprint because it. Wait. Okay, I didn't break it. I didn't break sprint. Okay. Maybe it's too subtle? I don't know. I don't think we need to change FOV too much. So yeah, I guess maybe we just run around and do a little outro? Mayhaps? What would the outro be? I don't know. Oh, I think it's because um his sprint speed is a lot faster, so since I was kind of comparing mine to his, and I forgot that I decreased the sprint speed by a lot. So maybe I adjust the FOV then, so that it's a little bit less subtle than that. Right, and there's all these variables, dude. Let's fucking go. This is sick as hell. This is such a good character controller because you can just adjust these variables and shit, and it changes these simple little mechanics that there are. Kind of awesome, honestly. But yeah, FOV change. 1 point is this being multiplied somewhere? I'd imagine probably. Oh, plus FOV change. Yeah, so I don't know what any of this means. What's velocity clamped? I guess it's this, which is whatever this means. You know? This is me understanding how coding works. I get the general idea. It's kind of like sometimes people will say something to me in Spanish, and I'm like, I picked up enough words that I kind of know to somewhat intuit what they were saying, but usually not. Usually I got no fucking clue because I made listening to Bad Bunny my whole personality, and I don't know really anything that he's saying. Except I've been listening to it so much, the album and also Monaco, that um that it's not as like jarring, and I'm like actually hearing the lyrics now, and I'm like, wait, I actually understand some of these words, so I can maybe intuit what they're saying. Who could just finish answering a big PDF full of questions about my ADHD? Damn, that's Fox, dude. And maybe they don't care about the questions, but they're like, if this person has taken hours to fill out a full PDF that we're sending them for some reason, then they definitely have ADHD. Like, why would you do that to someone? Why is that the test? Actually, I think someone's made a joke about this, like an actual comedian or something, or mayhaps I heard this on a podcast or something. Um, yeah, the test for ADHD is like sit in this room and don't do anything. My psychiatrist pretty much clocked me for having ADHD immediately. Immediately? Like actually? Like you sat down and twiddled your thumb for a second, and then they were like, "Yep, you got it, gamer." Or was it like after introductions and talking a bit about yourself or something? Dude, holy shit, I was just reminded of this album. I want to listen to this album now. Haven't heard this in a while. Hollywood Forever? The appointment lasted 10 minutes max, and he was like, "Yep, I can tell you haven't." Dude, 10 minutes? That's crazy. And they're gonna give you drugs based on that? Sometimes that's like not a good thing. But I remember one time I went to some sort of like counselor person thing, therapist. Yeah, I pretty much word vomited at him. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't show them my stream, otherwise, otherwise I can't say that I don't have ADHD anymore. Um, yeah, this album's sick as hell. Freaking Young and Rich, Orgasm UK. Pretty crazy little group here. I can click on this. Look at that. This is an old ass picture, I'm pretty sure. Plus, I have a psychologist that I've been seeing for years, and he suggested I get meds, and I told him that. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Young and Rich, this is one of their top songs. Let's go. Um, Death by Rami has such a cool tattoo from this album, and I'm like, yo, I need to get tattoos. Truly, I do. I need to do so much, but I'm like, when the hell am I supposed to have time and things to do all the stuff that I want to do? Because like, I'm significantly more alternative than I seem. Um, and so I'm like, I kind of want to get my ears pierced or something and be covered in tattoos head to toe. Um, but then I'm like, I have to get a job, and sometimes that's not good. And also, that shit takes time to like heal. And so I'm like, when do people even do that? Do they just get tattoos and then go to their job and twist and bend and do all the things that you're not supposed to do? Or I guess maybe not things that you're not supposed to do, but whatever, whatnot. 2.5. Fix the FOV. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, let's freaking go. So maybe I just go for it, you know? I remember one stream I was talking about this, I was like, this would be so interesting to people that know me in my real life because this does not seem like anything that I would do at all. And this is kind of crazy. But I see so many videos I have people who have a split tongue, and I'm like, dude, that would kind of be sick as hell, though. I got 3 tattoos on my lip and ears pierced. Let's freaking go, dude. I need to get tattoos, but I'm... Wait, is this doing the FOV change when I'm not even sprinting? Dude, I want a split tongue. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's go. Oops. Let's split each other's tongues. That sounded kind of weird, but I mean, like... I'm so scared of it, though. Yeah, that's so true, because I was like, it does look cool, and I'm like, that would be so interesting, and then Instagram was like, hey, I noticed you think this is interesting. Let me suggest you this split tongue video, because that has to do with that, right? And it was actually someone being like, oh, no one told me it was going to suck and be horrible. I'm sure I could get over it, though. I'll just pierce my ears a bunch instead. Yeah, you could do that, I guess. Just have infinite ear piercings. Cannot see a single millimeter of your ear because of all the piercings. But, yeah, Instagram recommended me that horrible video. Not horrible, but it was just someone being like, it was actually worse than I thought it would be. More metal than ear. Heck yeah. And, I feel like I could handle it though, because I don't think this is that comparable, but like when I got my wisdom teeth taken out, I was like, oh dang, this sucks. And I threw up for a bit. And I've heard you throw up for a lot more than a bit when you get your tongue split. And then, um, but I was all right then. You know, I like consumed painkillers and slept a bunch, and I got over it. It was fine. I think stuff like that really sucks when you're doing it, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not that long of a recovery period. You know, you're kind of just miserable for a while, and then you're like, yo, this is my life now. Never mind the voice crack that just happened. I'm extra cool. I got metal in my leg. Damn, forgot about that. That sucks. Kinda. I'm assuming, probably, yeah. Dude, yes. Love this song. Pink Lemonade. Cool music video too. Very cool. But I can't show it because YouTube gets mad at me if I do that. Um, but I'm breaking something currently because the FOV camera or something doing things, and then wait, when is the FOV thing happening? Is this supposed to be somewhere else?
To the GitHub. The
I fear this
original
guy may
value
have
is sec-
done this wrong himself, right? I'm so tired I cried after my appointment from relief, lol. Damn. That's depression spaghetti, bro. Feel free to um evacuate and and sleep that kind of tired or like exhausted and you need to lay down and not listen to me being annoying.
second is the target value, and the third is the
Velocity, something, sprint speed times 2.
decimal
Just
percentage
mentally
distance that we
exhausted.
want to cover. And with that, our
Damn.
controller is complete. The link to the GitHub project will be in the
Is this how it's supposed to be? I think this guy may have made a mistake, or because I thought the FOV was supposed to change when you sprinted, but I don't think that's what's happening. Speed equals sprint speed. Oh, wait. No, wait. I'm confused. Sprint speed is a constant of 3.3, which means um something. I'm just gonna guess, dude. Where was the sprint thing? Handle sprint? You know, if you're sprinting, you're doing the FOV. I completely fucked something up. Expected statement. Wait, never mind. Hang on. I can fix this? Yes, but just mentally exhausted, that still mayhaps requires a little bit of rest and thinking happy thoughts, I suppose. Go into your happy place, if you will. And so feel free to do that if you need to. How is this supposed to work? Is this truly just if you move a little bit, it does the FOV change? Because I kind of don't want that. Because it seems like, oh, is that why I thought it wasn't? I mean, the sprint thing is changing somewhat. Fuck. I will eventually just need to fully calm down after everything. Okay. Good luck with that, gamer. Um, I'm sure. What happened? Oh, I'm gonna just hit save, and then mayhaps I start the outro, which sometimes is an hour and a half long, sometimes is just like a couple minutes. So I suppose we'll see what my brain comes up with. Hopefully, the absolute freaking whiplash of let's go, I can close Microsoft Edge. That's disgusting. But Messi by Lola Young, I was like, maybe we'll just get the absolute most craziest loud screaming song coming up next, and that wouldn't be the greatest for your brain and mental health. But good mythical morning over here. I have so many tabs just randomly open. OBS, look at in all its glory. I also made this a lot bigger because before it was like teeny tiny, and um, I'm so bad at learning a lesson and applying that to more than one very specific scenario because during editing videos in DaVinci Resolve, you have this little teeny tiny rectangle. I guess it's just sort of this, but a little bit smaller. That is a preview of the video. And it's like, oh, it's easy to make stuff like too big in that and hard to understand for viewers and whatnot. But this has somehow did the opposite. I was like, let's put a little song visual real small in the corner so people can see what song I'm listening to and stuff, even though it was probably broken this entire stream. And it was absolutely minuscule. And also the music itself was like kind of not that audible. And a few days ago I was like, oh, let me just do some recordings, make sure levels are cool and good for a capture card thing that I was doing. Which is crazy that I did that because I set up my whole ass capture card, which is annoying to set up. And then we had music going at the same time. And I guess that was it. It was actually one of the more simple setups, at least within OBS, because it was a capture card capturing the video and like an audio thing. And then it was music. And my microphone, obviously. Oh my god, I just remembered. I believe I still don't remember if I've done anything about this, but I remember I was gonna say back in the day. This fully was not that long ago, but back in that first stream that you, being Crone, had appeared in with Cass and Monty. I'm so good at remembering names, which is not true, but sometimes I am. And I'm actually a horrible person because there was let's freaking go. I don't remember who drew it. Maybe Monty, question mark. But someone in the little doodle things drew like a front-facing little sock guy, and I was like, oh, that's so silly and funny, and such a maybe not strange coincidence. Maybe this is just a common expression, maybe, and things like that. But I have this little jump scare scene in OBS because kind of like throwing you guys into the void. I was like, oh, I need something to switch to when I'm. Yes, it was Monty. Let's freaking go. Um, what the hell am I even saying, dude? Yeah, I needed something to switch to when I'm trying not to dox myself, just checking the art channel. Heck yeah. I was gonna check that, but I'm like, I don't know if I should not be opening OBS live on stream. That's or not OBS, Discord, because that's not good. At least for me, because I'm gonna end up showing the internet like personal conversations or something. Um, but it came from this when I did back in the day, actually, kind of a while ago. I did um in October lots of live streams around Jamsepticeye, where I made that jam game, and then I played a bunch of other people's jam games, and I was working a lot in File Explorer, and I was like, let me do a little visual. Look at that, Jacksepticeye, um, that I can just turn on so that no one sees what I'm doing. And I'm just gonna pause this song. It's kind of cool, but I'm gonna pause it because watch this, gamer. I made an official one at the same time I made this little PNG tuber guy, and I was like, jump scare. So it's low-key the same thing. And so when I saw Monty's funny little drawing, I was like, how fascinating. That's kind of the same thing. And it's very spooky, scary. And I don't remember if it even is working, but there's like random background noise that is there. Um, I don't know if that was like blasting in your ear holes. I actually haven't checked the levels of that in a while. But yeah, pretty epic gamer moments. Um, no, it was Gucci. Let's freaking go. That's awesome. Is the music absolutely blasting in your ear holes? Because I remember, um, I did all those little recordings to check the levels, but then I check stream on my phone and stuff, and I'm like, it sounds different. I don't know if there is like if there's like discrepancies between recording and streaming. It could be a little lower. Damn, I hate myself. Um, like -4 decibels instead of -3. I don't even know. And these little visual things are entirely inaccurate. Maybe. Well, yeah, they are because this is always going in the red, and I meant the volume law. I mean, I think it was. Yeah, in this filter, this is gain. This isn't even turned on. Bro, what the fuck, dude? It literally was supposed to be -3. Or maybe that was, I don't know. Apparently I forgot to turn that on? Wait, how did I turn off the background for me, not you? Art emoji thing, but not the gain. I turned that one off, but not the other one on? I don't know, I'm really not good at this. Live streaming and stuff. OBS is so confusing. All this bullshit, all these sources, scenes and things. Jax but icy. It sure is, gamer. Yeah, it's really something to behold. And I remember one time I was watching one of your VODs, and I was like, yo, I need to copy Crone because there's um there's even just like random background music that isn't the same as this, because that would be a problem if it was the same as all this. Um, but just like chill background music for the VODs. And I was like, damn it, I'd have to like find music for that, which is annoying. Oh yeah, my friend helped me with that. Yeah. Damn. It's sick as hell though. I'm like that's such a good idea. I never even thought of that because every time I upload the VOD to YouTube and click on it, I'm like, oh, this kind of sucks and is boring because it's just my voice most of the time. But I think the most annoying thing with that is just finding tired of my VODs getting muted. Yeah. And it does suck to get VODs muted. And mine, the VOD isn't gonna get muted, but when I upload it to YouTube, it's probably gonna get restricted in some ways. I don't actually know how that works, but sometimes it's like it's restricted in some regions or something because I showed a bunch of like visualizers of things, which is maybe why I should use not Spotify maybe because they're kind of evil, but something else. I don't know. But also if I went back to anything like Spotify, it would take so long to use Tidal. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Um, but it takes so long to make any sort of playlist. And this playlist is huge. This is just my playlist with every song. Look, it's got 1,600 songs in it now. 1,686. Kind of crazy. You can import playlists. Yeah, okay. So mayhaps I will. Also, well, I don't know. Because YouTube music is so janky sometimes, and you can like have music videos and shit. Um, and usually I do that because I like to watch a music video when I'm going down 90 down the highway. Um, so I'll add music videos whenever I can, except sometimes they're 2 decibels and you can't hear them in the slightest. So that's annoying. But it might not break some sort of playlist doodad. Um, what the hell am I even doing here? Who even knows, dude? Mayhaps ending stream, mayhaps. What time is it? 6:36 a.m. What does that mean for me? Um, okay. Low key gamers. I'm gonna catch you in the next one. Make sure to like and subscribe. 3 p.m. for me. Let's go. Damn. 3 p.m. Okay. Um, I don't know what I'm saying at all. It's devolved into nothingness and go sleep gamer. Maybe. I'm probably not gonna go to sleep because I've entirely flipped my schedule around, kinda. Right? I don't remember when I woke up, but I'm pretty positive I have not been awake for 12 hours even. So maybe not sleeping, mayhaps I'm gonna go brush my teeth and then work out. Is that a weird combination? Maybe work out, maybe um watch a little bit of YouTube and do stuff. And then a little bit after that I'll go to sleep. Maybe edit. Or you know what? It's Friday. That's crazy, dude. Because I have not even recorded a little stupid little podcast shitpost thing to upload onto my second channel. So I have to go do that as well. Goddamn productive. Maybe. I mean, I say working out. I don't know, maybe. Um, sometimes I'm productive, sometimes I'm not, and it's truly really annoying that there's not even an in between. It's just that some days I'm like running around, I'm bouncing. This is what I mean when I'm like, mayhaps I should in fact be medicated because um some days even listening to music, like this is an absolute banger, The King by Sarah Kinsley. Um, was -4 decibels enough to is this like blasting in your ear holes? Because I'm always saying that it's quieter for string for jerseys because -10.2 decibels, but then I remember that my voice actually isn't that loud because of weird filters that I put on my Epic Gamer mic to make it sound worse. Because I'm an idiot. Um, it's good. Let's freaking go. But like when I am depressed, I'm not even like feeling music that I'm listening to, you know? Like this song makes you feel lots of stuff and it's very there's like piano and it's building up and it's cool and there's these big vocals and stuff like that. Um and stuff like that. But like I'll turn on music and it's just sort of background music at that point. And then I like can't be productive or do anything. Um and sometimes I'm just like bouncing around and gyrating to music constantly and then like the big difference between me being depressed and not is me like walking. Hang on, I have to clear my throat apparently and maybe drink some water. But the big difference is me um like speed walking around my room and not. Because when I'm like motivated and not depressed and I'm like, let me be productive, I'm like running around setting up this weird janky setup I have at the end of my bed and like editing all day and listening to tons of great music. And when I'm depressed, the same great music is, I don't know, not great. It's just sort of my playlist that I'm listening to instead of the greatest album of all time by Bad Bunny, you know? Once in a blue moon, I go crazy and get so much shit done. True. That's literally that happened to me the other day. And I'm kind of on a streak of doing it a couple of days, for a few days, because been editing a ton, almost done with this video I've been working on for a whole damn month. Maybe almost 2 months at this point. I could actually go to my own um I'm throwing you into the void for a second because sometimes searching things is just really scary. Um, okay. And then my own YouTube channel. When was the last actual video I uploaded? 1 whole month ago. When was it even, like, actually? Or like almost 2 months? 9th of January. Okay. Cool, I guess. Epic gamer moments, one might say. Unfortunately, I have the sleepy bitch disease and I end up not doing anything productive. Yeah. I mean, I've been streaming a lot. That's really cool. And oh my god, this is the fucking um oh my god, I forgot. Maybe I should make a clip of it. But I was um in your stream the other day. I was good job, gamer. I'm proud of you. Thanks. Um, but I was saying how I was playing a horror game and it gave me the greatest jump scare of my life. Literally, I was gonna click on it and try to find it. This is fully 2.5 hours long. I'm not gonna do that right now. Um, but it was truly just so unexpected and it was the loudest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Um, and it just sucked, dude. Because this is like a free um like early access janky indie game or something. So they just put a big ass sound effect in there and did not play test it or something. I don't know, but it was the loudest sound I've ever heard in my entire life directly into my ear holes. And I jumped so much and I just instinctually, I wasn't even trying to be funny or doing anything. Like it would be so crazy if I had a webcam because I jumped so bad and just started walking away from my little setup here, my desk, if you will. Um, I had to walk away. I paused for a second. I drank water. I just sort of thought for a second, and then I came back. And I didn't even say anything. I just got jump scared, and then I was silent for a good second. And then I was like, "Sorry, gamers, that was horrifying." And the thing is, the game was probably quieter for everyone else. It's probably still insanely loud, and maybe I should have downloaded this VOD maybe and turned that down. But too late now. It's already up there. Lord, yeah, I would have shot myself. Yeah. I need to check. I'm sorry, what do you mean? Why does this have 143 views now? Did someone like comment on this? That's insane. It's just me. Look at you guys. Go follow Crone, Chaos, Starry. I just sort of, because I forgot that they like had real names. What am I doing? I'm gonna like my own video because I'm a narcissist. You know? Maybe I'm gonna watch the whole thing. You know? If I just mute the tab, I can watch the whole thing. What am I doing though? Playlists. I was gonna go to the Twitch VODs because I was like, I've been wanting to check recently. I don't know why that has so many views. I remember it got like 30. Dude, I used to keep my VODs on while I slept, lol. Yeah. I do that with kind of with everything. I watch all of my own YouTube videos to give it a little extra view, and then I'll give it a like, and then I'll send it off into the universe to get 133 or 143 views apparently. I guess it is 144, but what am I saying? Oh, I uploaded this, and I guess because of the title, maybe, I actually don't know why. I guess the thumbnail and title is kind of interesting. But yeah, I uploaded it, and then after a while, I got like 33 views, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Usually the VODs get like 0 views. Why does this have 144? That's actually absurd. That's technically like one of my most viewed videos now. We have been streaming lots of days. 5 days ago, 8 days ago. Technically, these are both 8 days ago for some reason. Lots of cool streaming. This was 3 whole weeks ago. Because I recorded the Fortnite video, and then actually, it's probably here somewhere. Or not? Over here. When did Fortnite become CSGO? This was the live recording. I'm working on this now. 30. Oh, it's this one, technically. Damn. I streamed for so long, it was insane. Or not stream, but I recorded it, and that's a long time for recording. But I did that, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna motivate myself by already recording the next one, so that way I'll get that video edited. I forgot that that video was an hour, 45 minutes long, and it also didn't even work. Okay, gamer, the adrenaline is worn off and I'm crashing. I'll catch you on the flip side. Okay. I mean, I've literally kind of been trying to do an outro this whole time, so honestly, I'm just gonna end stream as well. So, farewell, Crone. Good sleep. Hope you win life and all that. And are not depressed and are medicated. That's what I was gonna say, but I guess that's sometimes not the greatest thing to say. Medicate responsibly, gamers. Yeah, good night. Farewell. I'm gonna go maybe be kind of productive sometimes. And take care of yourselves, gamers. I'm gonna consume water and go brush my teeth and stuff. Maybe be a little bit productive. The sun is kind of coming up a little bit. 6:48 a.m. So make sure to like and subscribe or whatever if you're a VOD watcher, and follow my Twitch. Weirdly, I don't say that a lot, even though people are probably watching the VODs, and now 144 people watched one of these VODs over here. But yes, goodbye.